Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay. They dropped the game about an hour and a half early. I was expecting to have to pad with Elite Dangerous for an hour. But no, it's out already. So, we'll quickly cover multi-monitor support, but it looks like, because I did the check-in ahead of time, it's basically the same as it was in the demo. So, other than the main menu being vertical minus in terms of what's being rendered in the background, everything else should be horizontal plus. The UI is spanned. A lot of the important stuff does get centered eventually, but for the time being, pretty much all of the settings are locked over here, which at least I'm not turning my head over and over and over again to get between them. We have borderless settings. We can select our monitor, expand our resolution. We put it at our maximum frame rate. Not that it's currently keeping up with that. I don't know why. We're not using anywhere near our full capabilities of our graphics card. It doesn't have any kind of controller support. If it did, I was going to try and hack support into my HOTAS, because I could have used Steam's, what's it called? Steam's controller interface. I think it's controller configuration to get the HOTAS to simulate inputs from a controller, and you could have bypassed it that way, but there is currently no controller support, so keyboard and mouse it is. But there is a split between first person on foot and ship flying, so that's probably why they've gone with keyboard and mouse to start with. Quality settings are a little limited at the minute, but we shall see how we go. Anyway, let me I don't want to change the region. I should already be in Europe. Get started again. So we're going to try and breeze through the content that was in the demo as quickly as we can. Okay, it's actually... It didn't do this last time. I think it's because we logged in. It's supposed to go through a cutscene and we kind of skipped that. Let's just pick some randomish stuff, because I do not really care. And there's not actually that many options anyway at the moment. Imagine this will get expanded later. Give ourselves a little bit of grey in.
The gig lottery employee winner for this cycle is...
me! Okay, we're in game now. And that's interesting. We can... If we crouch, we can see our arm. It just appears. It's there now. So yeah, the UI is spanned. I think a lot of the important stuff like your ship's health and all of that lot is on the edges of the screens, which is mightily inconvenient. A way to move them into the center would be nice, but... Thankfully, I have a fiber internet connection that has a download rate of around about, was it 400 megabits per second? So, having been given 30 minutes notice to get it ready, I was just in time. So yeah, gig lottery employer winner this cycle is me. Press continue.
Congratulations! You're expected on the station's dock immediately.
I don't remember if that was voiced in the demo. It's been a while since I played it.
And now, everyone else get back to work.
Okay. Let's just... That's a bit too fast. Where's that gameplay settings I want to say? Down. There. That's better. Actually, that's a bit too low. Somewhere between. There we go. Follow the arrows. Hello, goodbye. quite literally follow the line. Key to the dock. There they are.
Okay. You're here for the procedure, right? Then let's get going.
Confirm.
First off, you won't be able to do much without a ship. And to get that ship, you'll need a loan. The nice thing is, the company can grant you that ship and the loan.
Wasn't it supposed to be a reward?
A reward? What makes you think you deserve a free spaceship? Your 10 years of service tightening rusty bolts? We're already offering you a job. Isn't that enough?
I mean, by that description, didn't I already have a job?
So tell me, how'd you end up in the debt quarter?
Costly studies, medical bills, criminal charges. Ask, that's none of your business. All of the above.
Nice. That was written in your file, actually. I don't know why they make me ask. Anyway, given your current debt, the company has set your maximum loan amount at 25,000 credits. Just enough for that beauty behind me. But before you get to know each other, you'll need to sign your pledge. You'll have to consent to all the terms and conditions I'm about to read you. Affiliate worker status. My status as an affiliate to the company makes me a full citizen. This status will be maintained for as long as I am able to fulfill my mission to extract, transform, and sell ore to the company by any means possible.
You accept these terms? I mean, we don't have much of a choice.
Liability. As an affiliate worker, I assume full liability for any activities undertaken in the course of my duties. The company cannot be held liable for any environmental, material, or moral damages inflicted by or upon me or my spaceship. Affiliate worker loan. To secure my workship acquisition loan, in the absence of any material guarantee, I hereby mortgage my life force to the company. In the event of a debilitating injury, illness, death, or irreparable damage preventing me from working, I authorize the company to harvest enough of my organs to settle my remaining debt. Well, that's about it. Your pledge is considered signed, which makes you a newly appointed affiliate worker. Congratulations. You've just joined the largest family in the Atlas Galaxy. Your current rank is recruit, which means you've got plenty of opportunities to grow. All right, I know you've been waiting for this. Just get on that ship and have a blast. The company, today and tomorrow.
I vaguely remember in the demo what she was saying didn't match what was in the text, so it's nice that they fixed that. Okay.
Undocking authorized. Safe travel, pilot.
I think I had to modify the controls last time I played this, but I entirely forget what.
Welcome, Recruit 481120, to the company's onboarding procedure. By the end of it, your rank will be upgraded to apprentice. My role is to help you become a skilled, valuable worker. Please note that the cost of this training service is graciously covered by the company. Your first tasks will consist of navigating through space in search of basic resources. If you have any questions, please note that you are not allowed to ask them during the onboarding protocol.
I will. Assuming that's right. Okay, control your spaceship approach this way, use accelerators. So we have strafe. Is there an up-down strafe? Is there a roll? That feels so very slow. Ship is absolutely capable of turning faster than that. No, I am being restricted by the ship, even though the nose turns faster, the ship doesn't. Which is a very weird way to make it look more agile than it actually is. Okay. Good, that still works. I have to hold that. Yes. There. Oh no, ship help is directly beneath us. That's good. Got the two currencies in the upper right, and then our contracts in the upper left. don't remember there being a cockpit view, but I think it's been added by this point. Okay, use the radar to locate nearby resources. Press S to decelerate. Ah, yeah, because we are setting our speed, not actually. Ah, no. If it's going to work like that, I'd prefer it works like XP on the Frontier, whereby you're pressing W to set your speed. Or actually, it's the mouse wheel. I think it's mouse wheel sets your speed. Let's have a quick look at what we can and cannot change. Keyboard settings, strafe left, strafe right, actions. Ascend is space, descend is control, that's fine. Page up, page down. Oh, they haven't tied these and they've tied these and these together, haven't they? The swines. Separate controls. I would like, if you're going to control things that way, I don't want it to be that way. Decrease fuss. And I cannot use mouse wheel down. Yay! Okay, how about, okay. Decrease fuss, increase fuss. Early access game. But yeah, these controls are duplicated up here. Separate them out, actually duplicate them, so that people can tweak things. It's a PC game, customization is king. Okay. Oh, I see what that's doing. I actually don't like that. I'd rather just be able to set my speed. What it's setting is my maximum speed. I still have to accelerate to my maximum speed for it to lock in. No, I don't like that. I'm British, I complain a lot. But they shouldn't release a game if they don't want feedback. Okay, we need 8 iron, 8 copper. I forgot to check what the button was to move into cockpit mode. Okay. 1 more copper, 2 more iron. Grab them all. But we won't get any excess. It's copper. Copper. Iron. Right, hell out. Just need 1 more iron. There we go.
Now, you might be wondering what to do with all this raw metal. Conveniently enough, we can turn it into your ship's first upgrade. And in turn, that will enable you to gather something more interesting than copper and iron.
If the ship is going to turn this slow, I kind of want a system like Freelancer, whereby I can you detach the cursor from the direction the ship is pointing, which is how this is at the minute. And then the ship turns to try and face the pointer, depending about how far away from the center of the screen it is. Because otherwise, I have to go around and around and around and around, and that's not a good way to control this. Okay. Oh, we've gone over storage capacity. I didn't know we could do that. How did we go that far over storage capacity? Drop. 2. Confirm. Should do the job. Yep. While I'm the member and complaining about controls. Change target, boost, engage. I've seen the screenshots for it. Have they not implemented it yet? Menu, ship menu, open menu, action. Game settings. Camera oscillation on, camera shake. Am I blind? Forward, backwards, straight action. Mission, encyclopedia, corpo, knowledge. Mouse release, tilde. Jump, crouch, walk. Engage, boost, change target. Okay, if there's a key for it, I can't rebind it. They're definitely showing screenshots of the game in the ships in first-person view. Press K to access the knowledge menu, and then unlock the modular system permits. It's both a blessing and a curse. We can see it all in one screen, but it is all over my screens. Yeah, they have a the speed is relative to what's nearby.
Docking procedure started.
I am probably going to be more critical of this game's control system than I would have been last week, mostly just because I picked up Elite Dangerous again, and that's just such a joy to fly around in, regardless of the other problems with that game. Okay, so use the smelter. Why the smelter is here and not here, I don't know. I mean, smelter, workshop, exchange, or smelter, workshop, exchange. That's the order that makes sense. Not here, here, and here. It's like the American date system. Month, day, year? Day, month, year, or year, month, day. Okay, let's just make everything. Oh, auto was already enabled. Okay, what are we doing? Ship upgrades. Use the smelter to refine your metal. Doesn't actually say in here how much we need to refine. Does this game mute the audio if I tap away? It doesn't. Okay. Use the workshop to craft a scanalizer. So this is spread interface. May need to add my mouse tracker that automatically changes screen depending on how much we need to come back here. So what do we need? Small module kit. Again, the order of this, I was puzzled about why they chose this order when I played the demo. It's like most complicated parts, second most complicated parts, third most complicated parts. It's why isn't it materials, ship components, then modules that requires ship components? Anyway, we need for this, actually get the module first. Nuts and bolts makes, is it 40 a go? I need to remember. Is it 40 a go or I can make 40? It's I can make 40, okay. So we need 20 for that, and then another 4 for that. Hi Dynamic, I have just started. And then 2 lots of this. Working on the assumption we don't also need some for the analyzer. Oh no, 3 lots actually. Is that enough for everything? It is. Okay, good. Okay, use the shipyard to install load our ship, edit the ship, select this, find a location for it. What is this? This module identifies the composite of samples via mass spectrometry. Mining lasers can only be used in resources that were identified through this process. Do I have a... yes. You can. Let's put the mining laser there. Sit this up here. I forget, do we have other ship parts we can make at the minute? I don't think so. Okay, confirm.
Congratulations, recruit number 481120, on completing your first set of tasks. Your performance has been analyzed and ranked against those of previous contractors. The results are confidential and will not be disclosed to you.
So why even tell me?
With your scanner equipped, you can further explore Solar Alpha and discover more of its riches. Please keep in mind that your performance is still being recorded.
Okay, press L to track a contract. So it has read me and give me all of these that we can do in any order. Can I track them all, I wonder? I think we can. Add to track list. Excellent. Okay. We'll do them in order. Well, I wouldn't say I've been streaming seriously, but I've been streaming consistently for, I don't know, a year and a half? 2 years?
Departure initiated. Station out.
Okay, go to Solar Alpha 2, enter its atmosphere. Memory serves, the next thing, or the thing we ended up doing is making the hyperdrive so that we can leave the system. And that's where the demo ends. Or ended. I don't know if they've changed it since the last time they put it up. We are looking for grey quartz. Live in range. Why the random stuttering? I may want to put that on the underside of the ship as well. Okay. Reach high peak. This is in no way, shape or form a copy of No Man's Skies. You have a very narrow view of what a game is if you think this is like No Man's Skies. And besides, No Man's Skies wasn't even the first game to do transition from surface to planet. Okay. looking for. Why you no longer work? Because I'm not close enough. Doesn't want to scan that. Oh, it is scanning this one, it's just the effect isn't going. But I don't think it needs to scan them, it's already identified them. Okay, use radar to approach and identify 3 different resources, find a gravity stone, which is somewhere behind us. This isn't actually collecting it. Do we need to scan them all? This was the one we scanned, so we should be able to harvest this one at least. Nope, doesn't even want to let us harvest this. Cargo hold is empty. There we go. Do we need to scan you? Doesn't look like it. I wonder if it's a server lag issue. Since this is ostensibly an online game. Okay, we need to find another batch of quartz somewhere over here. There's our quartz. There's the stone we need. I kind of wish it would give us an actual speed indicator. In a minute, I just have to assume whether or not I'm going faster. I kind of want to be going fast if I'm higher up, but it doesn't look like that's how this works. As long as we're in the gravity well, we are fixed to whatever our max speed is.
Gravite stones have unique radio properties preventing your radar from pinpointing their exact location. Starting from an approximate direction, you will have to locate each gravite deposit visually.
Can I not shoot it? I scanned it. I've not picked it up. Scan the gravite to extract the gravite data. Okay, yeah. So we can't pick it up. We're just scanning it. Okay. We'll grab some of the brassy outcropping, because it's a resource we haven't collected yet. Plenty of cargo hold. I do believe we need to find at least one more type of ore. There we go. Yeah, I need to put this scanner on the bottom of the ship. Okay, new recipe available. Let's check to see what our contracts say. How much can we overheat by? Okay, if we overheat, we take damage. Good to know. No new objectives. It wants us to get the trade one done first. So we'll grab this and go.
Docking accepted. Welcome, pilot.
What am I catching on? It doesn't feel like I'm going up as I'm passing over here. Oh no, we are. There are steps. It's just we can only step up the smallest amount, but that still doesn't explain what's here blocking us. There's some very weird hitbox there. Okay, get to the shipyard. Find the company exchange. Okay, another one of these. One sec. Mouse scene changer. When an administrator, that was not the administrator button. Let's try that again. When an administrator, yes. Click in here. Press that, and now it tracks my cursor. Okay, so we found the terminal. Sell. And that is snapping us back to the middle. Although, damn it, I was worried about that. So my mouse is still actually moving underneath the screen. This isn't a problem as far as the gameplay is concerned because it is still locked to the screen. I can't get it out from here onto my top monitor. But it does mean that the little auto-hotkey script I have that follows my mouse around the screen and changes what screen is being displayed on OBS automatically for me. Either I've got to remember to keep turning it off, or I can't use it. So we will try to just remember to do it manually. So it wants us to sell 40 worth of resources. If we're going to do that, we may as well... One assumes... Let's see. 1 copper ore is worth 3. And then 1 copper ingot is worth 8. So it's always better to process things first. We can process from nuggets, although it could process from 2 nuggets. I assume 2 to 1. We do get them in like batches of 2 or 3. I don't know, these do actually take 2 iron to produce, I assume, 1 ingot. This is taking 4 nuggets to produce 2 ingots. Oh no, we can run it fast. It takes 4 nuggets and produces 1 ingot. So I don't think the nuggets are actually better then, unless we can process them in the future. Or process them further. No, they would still be better, because again, we was getting them in groups of 3 rather than groups of 1. So because of that... we are getting slightly more per run, or per one, so yeah. The brassy deposits are better. Okay, I don't believe the iron and copper is used for anything other than just these raw base materials, so let's just process them all up. May as well. Well, it is costing us credits each time we do this, so I wonder if it's actually better in the long time. Value added, craft tax. Alright, so it actually tells us here that it is adding value to it. Okay, I do need to stick around and keep an eye on it. Why not? Just go all the way up the crafting tree and sell the most valuable thing. Assuming it'll let us. Said value added. We can sell it for 50. Okay. And then to buy, we do it from this side. I think we need 10 silicon gel.
Congratulations, Recruit 481120. You seem to have explored most of what Solar Alpha has to offer. My final responsibility is to open the doors of the universe to you. That means guiding you through the process of acquiring an FTL engine.
Okay, craft the engine. Use the electromagnetic permits. Permits in tab. Knowledge. Which is this one. Did I read that wrong? Craft the FTL engine and use it to travel another system. Ah, right, no, I'm reading the instructions the other way around. Okay, we should not have sold all of those materials. We need to go get some more. We do, however, need this so that we can craft crystalline focus. Okay, so let's go get some more materials. Did we not get enough quartz? Process the quartz first. Or is it that this needs metal? Ah, it needs wires. Okay. I should have filled my entire cargo hold.
Departure initiated. Station out. Corridor B77 is now closed.
It is multiplayer. I don't know about co-op though. You would need to check the. If you go to the Steam page, they have both. They have an image that shows the content released on release and the future plans for it. But this is an online universe. I'm just in the starting sector. I believe once we leave the starting training sector, then we'll start seeing other people. But I could be wrong, because the demo doesn't include that. Okay. Mine's faster if I'm closer, doesn't it? What's the button for inventory? Just curious. Okay, we have 3 and 3. Okay, that's good to know. Nuggets are less than half the size of the ore, which means from an inventory point of view, it's better to be carrying nuggets around rather than ore. Curious about something else. Simple mining laser, resource detector, magnetic coil. Is there a search on here? No. I am wondering whether or not there's heat sinks. These are all part of the factory stuff, which is the stuff that I'm actually interested in, which we need to get to. There's large cargo hold, which means medium cargo hold. Our cargo hold is there. Though I do believe there's an earlier version. Yeah, there it is. Small cargo hold. So I'm not seeing any heat sinks. Command tower, micro furnace, trade box, silicon gel, experience program, which I assume these are unlocks. Ah, I see. These are, yeah, these are unlocks as you progress different aspects of the game. So this top line is exploration, which probably means that this one is factory management. That one might be trading, or that one might be trading. Workshop. No, that's just where to make it. That could be clearer. Not seeing any heat sinks though. Which might mean heat dissipation is done just through ship parts in general. Or something else. Some more copper. Like, okay, we'll just grab the larger, heavier copper. It should still be enough to get the FTL drive so we can leave the starting system. Plus I think these mine faster. That's as much as I'm getting out of this. There's the station. Probably wait until you're right about to crash into the station before engaging docking. Just to save yourself that little bit of extra time. Okay. Jump the invisible walls. Ah. Still hit them. Okay, let's get through these. Not running out of money, are we? No, I don't think so. Should be fine, just to get all of this done. 4 iron ingots. Is that going to be enough? We definitely got enough copper because we can get 7 copper ingots. We don't need that much extra wire, so we should have got more copper and more iron. Much to worry. Looking over here. Okay, that's that. We need more wire. Let's just make sure we don't have another use for the iron. Yeah. Okay, potentially magnetic coils. We don't need magnetic coils for this. We need 1 crystalline focus, so let's get that. We're going to need the small module kit, so we need at least 1 more lot of wires. 1 more lot of bolts. Get us our small modular kit. Okay, and then we need 2 more lots of wires. That gets us the FTL drive. Okay. System requirements, mining laser. Do we not get stats in these things? Patch slots 3. The simple mining laser is probably the one that's already equipped. This probably means it can mine 3 patches at a time. Gonna need 3 crystalline focuses. We almost certainly do not have the materials for this. At the very least we can make a start. Let's get the 3 crystalline focuses. So let's get all of the copper wire. Oh, we only have enough for 1 crystalline focus. Run out of copper. And now we don't have the wire for this. We iron... Oh, we get 2 magnetic coils out of that though. So we only need to run that one twice. And this actually takes the simple mining lasers as input, so we'd want to take it off of our existing ship anyway. So that's not too bad. We just don't have the bits for it at the minute. Okay. Okay. Modules. This, I believe, is an internal module. There's our system points. Okay, so just to show the screen, all your modules are over on this side. If you have them on your inventory, these are the ones that ship. Okay, so a crude mining laser is different to a simple mining laser, as is a crude resource detector. So maybe we do want to go back and make those. If we have the materials for them. We may not. We may be out of copper. We'll have a look and see. Let's move that over there. Radar can stay on 1. Scanner, yeah, they're fine. So yeah, that's a crude detector. And yeah, down here is how many points our ship has to support additional facilities. System result requirements. System requires becomes greater than support. The ship will have a harder time evacuating heat properly from its modules. So that's how heat management is done. Modifying the structure requires a modular structure permit, which we do not have yet. Okay, confirm these changes. Let's just have a look. So we would need 2 crystalline focuses and a modular kit, which we cannot currently afford. I want to press shift to run, but you're running by default. There's no sprinting. And given that they don't appear to have sprint toggle, I think I'll just leave it as it is. Okay.
Departure initiated. Station out.
Okay, target a nearby star system which can be reached from an FTL drop, which we assumes any of these. Board 8. You have 200 fuel. All of the star systems are that way. Can I see a map? Oh, there are some behind us. Can we actually go those ways? Exploration level 3, no. So again, there's some information down there, but it's not telling us anything specific. Oops. Exploration level 1, distance. Okay, yeah, we'll go to this one.
You are now equipped with a tool of absolute freedom. Take a moment to appreciate that the distances you are now able to travel were unfathomable to all but the last few generations of humans.
We have other players!
By completing the company's onboarding procedure, You have reached the rank of apprentice, which makes you a citizen and an interstellar traveler. Now you should head to Rockmoo Station, where you can start the orientation missions and reach partner rank. Rockmoo is located in the Threshold sector, just a few FTL jumps away. But as of now, I am not responsible for anything you do. In fact, no one is. The company. Today and tomorrow.
Okay. Go to the Janus system, MX. That's where we just came from. I didn't think we turned all the way around. Where does it want me to go? The music can't decide whether or not it wants to be on or off. Okay, it wants me to head over to there. I don't think I want to go over there. I think I want to get some more copper. We're short on copper, aren't we? Plus, we may as well get some exploration rank while we're at it. Okay. Anything interesting around here? Several interesting things around here. No immediate resources. Let's see what blue is. Red I think is peaks. Is it still marked as peaks? No, it might be something else. Maybe they're just different colours to indicate that they're different points of interest. Gone too high. Oh, no, we haven't gone too high, it's just our radar ping ran out. I like the clouds. Okay. This looks like just more quartz. It's not, though. What are you? We've got two different things here. Coal clumps. Graphites. I assume I cannot harvest that. Yeah, we can probably go with the coal clumps though. They look like they're the right colour. This is going to be how we make steel, I imagine. But this doesn't weigh too much. We'll harvest one of these and then check a few other nodes, because it looks like there's some other things around here that we haven't identified yet. Clumps like these. I'm guessing sulfur. Sandstone. Not silver. Big coal clump. Silicates. Okay. Sandstone counts as silicates. So this will be glass. In theory, in the long run. One more set of items over here. More coal clumps. Not everything else. Okay. I don't know why the music is doing that, but if the music's going to do that, that's more annoying than it is relaxing. So let's turn that off, push that button. Bring the volume of this down. Set my music going. Okay. I really wish I could go faster by doing this. That's only just because I've been playing Elite Dangerous recently, and if you're doing an orbital cruise, you go around the planet faster and you're higher. It is not necessarily fair to hold a game to the standard of another game that's been out for over 10 years at this point. Okay, your sandstone. Coal clumps. Doesn't look like we're going to find copper here. Okay, that's useful. So there's one type of resource that's available on this planet that we haven't identified yet. Can I go back up to the system map? I don't want to go to the galactic map. Zoom out. There we go. So we do need to find where the resources are, but the game will remember where the resources are. I imagine the missing resource is going to be here. If I had to guess. Coal clumps. Or maybe the missing thing... No, because we can scan it. Graphite is listed here. Sandstone. Sandstone, coal clumps. Okay. It's not there. Oh, that's how we get to copper. Okay. Zoom all the way in for copper mode. Not here. Still missing a resource then. Notice indicators of the North and South Pole. I assume. We have a problem. We can't go to the dark side of the planet. There we go. Isn't that just more sandstone? No, it's slightly bigger. I imagine it is the equivalent of sandstone, though. Not what we need, though. other planet. I'd be hiding behind this one. And up and over and move the mouse. And pick up the mouse and put down the mouse. There it is. There's a lot of players over there. I don't think these are functional. Okay, you just have to bring up that. Have to bring up this, which is just our character. Oh, there we go. Exploration, technology, science, combat, which isn't a thing yet, as far as I'm aware. Inventory is I. The obvious middle of the crater. Okay, so there's some iron here. Hey, copper. We're just going to go for the outcrops, mostly just because of storage reasons. We've not got to the point where we can upgrade our storage yet. We're very limited on how much we can keep hold of. Oh, I think I just realised what that thing on the top is. I thought that was, so underneath the name of the planet, there's those two sets of question marks and a number. I thought they were referring to things that were in sensor range. But what I think they're actually referring to is discoveries not made on this planet yet. So there's one resource type we've not found. Big grassy outcropping. There's one resource type we've not found, and that might be one location we've not visited, or it could be another one of those stones, those scannable stones. We'll find out if that's a location marker when we get to there. Later. So no, I think it may just actually be discoveries in range then. There's two square question marks over there. see. What are you? Other than something that's been consumed. Ah. Place a land-based mining drill here, I suspect. Let's see if we found everything. Cooperstone, ferrite outcropping, sandrite, brassica outcroppings, ferrite stone. And I don't believe there's a station in this system. That's everything mapped. JQ. Huh. What's that? JQ. I think that's the one. Oh, 5 planets. Indeed, 5 planets. We won't bother scanning them yet. We need to unload and upgrade anyway. MX-65. There it is. Yeah, I kind of figured that was probably what's going on. We found all the players. Have 4 entrances or just 1 entrance? That's 4.
Beginning docking approach.
Okay, right, we need to talk to somebody. Is there any kind of indication as to where that somebody is? Meet with its clerk. You? Maybe you.
Well,
We are slightly too far away.
welcome to Rakmu, apprentice number 481120. My instructions say I should introduce you to the orientation missions. Here's what the pitch says. Congratulations on completing your first solo interstellar jumps. To further empower you as a deep space entrepreneur, the company offers a series of affiliate orientation missions.
The internal regulations?
Cute question. I've never seen them actually. You know, no one here is more internal than you are. Upon completing these missions, your rank will be upgraded to partner. You'll then be bound only by the company's internal regulations. Please read all regulations carefully. Now for the missions, there's a bunch of people I've been told to connect you with. Each of them should give you something useful to do. Bob is our dock officer. He'll help you improve your ship to meet the company's standard productivity level. Ingrid is an instructor. She can give you a test to certify you for the novitiate rank. That's the one just before partner. Novitiate rank lets you join or fund a corporation. Finally, if you take the elevator, you can pay a visit to the Mining Bureau. Those guys know pretty much everything about the Threshold sector and its resources, and if there's anything they don't know yet, they'll pay you to find it out for them. That's about it for Rackmu and its many secrets. You can come back if you're feeling lost, or if you come across any valuable data that could benefit the company. I'd be the person to talk to. Oops! Almost forgot. The company. Today and tomorrow. Of course.
Right, okay. Do any of these things do anything? Cash distributor? Nope. Can't do anything with the vending machines. You're Bob.
Welcome to Rackmu. I'm the dock officer, but you can call me Bob. My job is to watch apprentices land here with the junk heaps the company sold them, and try to help y'all turn them into proper spaceships. From what I've seen, you and I will have some work to do together.
There's no PvP content and currently no plans to add it. It's, by my understanding, as much going to be a factory game as it is a exploration game, but there is going to be PvE eventually. It's just not at the minute. The best place to get their plans is to have a look at their Steam page, their news. They've got a nice infographic there. It's nothing like No Man's Skies. They're not even attempting to be No Man's Skies. A space game is not No Man's Skies just because you can go from the sky to the planet. Okay, begin.
Considering its current state, it's a miracle that he got you here in one piece. Now, you can keep relying on miracles, or you can upgrade your equipment and be ready when your luck runs out.
Okay, mining lasers.
First things first. To upgrade your equipment, you'll need ore. And to get ore, you'll need a good laser. As you try extracting tougher and tougher metals, you'll find that not all lasers can cut through them.
That's the impression I get as well, buddy. I need the ore, which we've got. Try to extract the large. I need laser. Yes, okay. Resource detector.
There's no point being able to cut through materials if you can't even detect them in the first place. Your eyes may be good, but I guarantee they're not as good as a decent detector.
Cargo space.
What's an affiliate's most precious resource? Time. And buying cargo space is basically buying time. I don't know that much about physics, but this I can tell you. The more resources you can carry, the less round trips you'll need to make it to the station.
Batteries.
All batteries are inefficient. They'll always waste a certain amount of energy. But you can't go without one, and some are less bad than others. The key things to look at are maximum power storage and charging speed.
Okay. Make 3 of the following upgrades. Install a better mining laser, install a better resource detector, increase your cargo hold size, and install a better battery. I think, I'll leave you on that screen for a second. We have access to the lasers and the scanners. That's where we get our cargo hold from. And batteries is actually in the certification afterwards. Permit, rather. In the permit afterwards. Can we actually afford this one? 100. We could afford the cargo hold increase. assuming we can get the materials for it and craft it. Let's see if we can get to the shipyard.
Please mind the gap between the ship and the platform.
Tis a fair question, because eventually you're going to run out of things to mine or make. Ideally, there needs to be some kind of resource sink in the game, and I've not played it yet, so I don't know where that resource sink is. Without combat, which is the most obvious resource sink, and I don't know what they're planning to do. Although they are planning to put combat in. We did say that earlier. I don't know how much of a resource sink that will be. No, they're going to have to put in some kind of resource sink because this is a multiplayer game. They want to have a player-driven economy by my understanding. And unless you have resources being taken out or some always higher level of technology to aim for, then eventually there's just going to be an unlimited number of resources and nothing to do with them. So there needs to be a sink of some description. Okay, so do I want to try to go straight for the overclock mining laser? Let's get the basic one first. So we need another small module kit. 3 lots of wires. Need another 4 lots. We're actually going to run out of iron, I think, before we're done. Oh no, nuts and bolts are made in sets of 8. Damn it. We may have screwed ourselves. Nope, we haven't actually. I think. Nope, we don't. Scratch that, we do. One upgraded mining laser. Okay, we should convert over the rest of our copper, because it's only used for wires at the minute. Right. Ah, right, yeah, we grabbed some silicates. Can't currently do anything with it though. Specs, carbon generator. Okay, so we can actually use the carbon as a power source. Where is that in this list? Looks like a blue color icon. I can't see it in here. Is it an experience program 1? If it is, we're not going to be able to see them until we're getting close to them. New cockpit style. Spectral resource detector. Okay, nothing we can really do about that. For now, let's sell the silicate and the carbon. Free up space in our inventory. We'll keep the quartz because we're still going to need that and all of this slot. Okay, does it cost money if I wanted to... How do I remove this? I think I drag it off and drop it into modules. Yes. And then if we take the simple mining laser... Can we set that directly underneath the cockpit? Yes, we can. Let's put it a little bit back. There will do. This is the base ship, the starter ship. We just don't have any assembly parts to expand it yet. Well, there's plenty of expansion slots on this. A lot of stuff can go on the outside. I think I'll show you the full interface. So we have all of these solar panels at the back where we're getting our power from. Anything that's on the outside, we can basically sit, I think, anywhere we like. Does this show internal modules? It does. Like the crude battery is an internal module. If I was to grab it, then I just removed it. Or did it hide it? Where'd it go? I accidentally removed it. Okay. If I drag it from here, then these are all internal slots. So the base ship has a decent amount of expansion ability on it to begin with, but in order to actually add more stuff, you need the certification for extra hull parts. Oh, permit. Where am I getting the word certification from? What game have I been playing recently whereby technology is certifications? I cannot remember. Anyway, brand new shiny light mining laser. We can sell the crude one since we can't recycle it. Permits. Over here-ish. Where was it? That's the cargo hold. Do we need modular structure? Okay, I think we need this one. We need to get to modular structure to be able to then modify the actual structure of the ship. It's going to give us a bunch of parts to do it. Which is after personal factory, actually. Interesting. I suppose there's enough internal slots or space on the ship that you're not going to need to change the actual structure until you have your factory going. It would still be nice if that was earlier, but it's not like it's going to take too long to get there. Let's actually buy this permit so we can get another cargo hold. I don't think we'll have the parts for it, but we will check. Okay, small cargo hold is going to require some sheet metal. Yeah, we need to go get ourselves some more iron. So... There are any number of reasons for that. There's plenty of people that have been saying the game's crashing or it hasn't loaded for them, I think. I didn't notice it's like the crash threads started lighting up fairly soon after this it went live. But people could also be complaining that there's no PvP or no combat at all. Currently. But this is why streams and YouTube videos are useful. You can actually see what the game is. Let's refill. See where it is and try and get or figure out why people are reviewing it poorly. Could also be performance. It's running at 30 frames per second at the minute for no good reason whatsoever. Still running at 30 frames per second. It's not using all my GPU, it's not using all my CPU, so I have no idea why the frame rates decided to drop. Possibly trying to render everything, even if it's not on screen. People are going over there. Let's go to the one that people aren't going to. In fact, does it tell us? Before I've actually been to the planets? No, we need to at least visit the planet once to see what resources are on it. You've got to explore level 3 already. Oh, we have a contract that we don't have listed yet. About 1,000 units of things. Do we get the ability to make solar or new solar panels? They're down here. Actually get power generation. Yeah, anybody comparing this to No Man's Skies is either an idiot or hasn't played many video games. And if they take offense at that, good. You're being an idiot. This is nothing like No Man's Skies. But you can travel from the sky to the planets. That's not No Man's Sky's selling point. No Man's Sky's selling point is principally an exploration game. They want you to go to planets, explore the surface, and do all of that. This is a mining and industry game. And they've made no bones about that's what they're doing with it. So anybody thinking that it's anything else, I have no idea where they get that kind of information from. We do need more iron than we need copper, but we do need a little bit more copper, so this big brassy outcropping's mine. You can. It's a little bit further in the tech tree. You can add modules to it as you like. Since you're watching on YouTube, if you go back about 10 minutes, you will see me in the ship editor interface. But yeah, the minute I don't have the access to the parts to be able to actually start tearing the ship apart and changing its shape. Right. So we can actually now collect graphite. I don't know if we need it for anything though. Metal sheets are just iron. All of this needs graphite. Concrete needs silicate, so we are eventually going to need some more of that. Yeah, graphite isn't used in this part. Cables, these are all aluminium. Solid explosives, sulfur and carbon. Better engines. So yeah, you need access to this in order to be able to actually modify the ship's shape. But it is modular, and I think there's more than one set of these. Stainless plates, semiconductor wires. I do not know what I need graphite for, so we're not going to bother grabbing any. It might just be another source of carbon. Graphite is carbon after all. Perfectly fair. I don't think they've been on the record stating what the endgame plan is. Can I actually find iron in here? We should now have that information. Coal clumps, graphite chunks. Might not be able to get iron from here. Let's see. Copper. Yeah, performance isn't great. Again, this is another game that isn't even using all my GPU, and I'm only getting 30 frames per second out of it. I'll have to pay a little bit more attention, or check the frame rate when I'm not streaming. In theory, the fact that I'm double encoding shouldn't affect the frame rate that much, just because the CPU or the GPU I'm using has hardware encoding on it, so it's using a different pathway for the render itself. Graphite coal clumps, graphite coal clumps. Okay. 20 frames per second. Maybe it's a memory leak issue? That's something I can check. Maybe the game is leaking memory or something. Let me restart it. First we'll exit out of the main menu and then go back in. And then we'll try quitting out entirely and coming back. Nope, that's still 25, so let's see if a full restart fixes it. Because that'll confirm if it's some kind of memory leak or something. It's patching. They released a patch between when we started the game and now. Is there any notes for this patch? Apparently not. At least not on Steam. Okay, reconnect to the server. Oh, Steam overlay's gone. There it is. Nope, frame rate's still just as bad. I think they must have some kind of culling issue. It's trying to render things that aren't on screen or something. And the reason the frame rate is dropping is because we're in the system it tells all new players to go to, so it's just there's so many players in here now. Doesn't look like it's overloading a thread. Actually, maybe it is overloading a single thread. And that's the reason why the performance is dying. Not been dropping any frames, have I? No, so it's not trying to consume like too much network bandwidth. Coal clumps. We know what all of these are. Anything else? Nope. Head on over to green next. I think we still keep going while... yeah. There's a blue thing there. Oh, never mind. They've all appeared now. Cupernickel stone was the thing that was missing previously. Okay, so we can't get iron from here. So let's go to the next nearest system, or next nearest planet. Which, in theory, is that one? No, it doesn't look like it's close enough. How far away is that? It doesn't tell me. Let's get into orbit. Okay, that is the next nearest one. I mean, if this game is going to succeed, then yeah, it needs to have that level of economy. I think the intent is for it to have an Eve-based economy. Let me show you. So, because the last... let me bring something up. There is it. Studio mode. Add source. Window capture. Where are you? The economy isn't based on PvP. The economy is balanced by PvP, or more accurately by the loss of ships. I want to grab that window there. And I want to trim off that bit there. Okay. So this is the game I've been playing in the background when they delayed this the first time. This is a browser-based game called Galactic Tycoon, and just because it has a referral link, I will paste a referral link, because why not? And basically, it's also an economy-based game, but it's purely a player-driven economy-based game. You build yourself a base, you add buildings to it, you collect yourself the resources you need to set your production going, you then ship those productions onto, or put those productions onto ships, send them over to the exchange, put them on the exchange to be sold, or create contracts with other players to buy and sell resources. And it's basically purely an economy sim. There's another game that I've seen come out more recently that I think SpaceCraft, the YouTube channel SpaceCraft, have advertised it recently. can't remember the name of that one though. But yeah, it's like that's the kind of game I'm looking for in this form, which is what I want them to this to be. Whether it will be or not, only time will tell. But that is what I want from this game. Okay. Yeah, we do need to find resources before it will tell us. Ooh, there's some over there. We need to get out of this system. Frame rate is atrocious. Ferrite outcrops. No, we can... Wait, no, outcrops is the better one. Yeah. Star Miner is strictly a single-player game. Star Miner is probably going to be more like... what's it called? X Beyond the Frontier. Albeit... more focused around the individual player rather than the power struggles and the storylines. I have actually played that last week before? I forget what. But yeah, we streamed that recently. If you look at my playlist, you'll find it. And that one looks like it has a lot of potential as well, but I tend not to play games in early access for too long. It's probably a bit too early to tell, or to answer that one, FF Awesome. Because we need to really get to the factory building side of things. At the minute we're still kind of in the very early game. You're unfortunately being hampered by too many players being in the system, causing significant frame rate issues. Not a whole lot I can do about that. But hopefully it'll fix itself once we, yeah. There's a bunch of players. There's one leaving the planet at the minute. There's a bunch more players. There's a bunch more players. That's why we're at 30 frames per second. Too many players. So yeah, they need to do some optimization to make it so that when there's this many players around, it doesn't kill the frame rate this badly. Oh, we have some more of these cubes. Our inventory is actually almost full, so we're mostly just figure out what resources we have around. Good, more quartz, so we have that here if we need it. Let's find this particular cube. They are all this way somewhere. There's one. There's one more around somewhere. That direction. There it is. I think these are mostly just giving me exploration experience. Okay. There's one other resource on this map that we've not found, but It's not like we can do anything with it. Let's get our iron back, get our ship upgraded with a bigger cargo hold, leave this system. Actually, that's not the station. There's the station. Get out of the system and find a different planet to explore. Hopefully that'll fix the frame rates. $150 for that. And then 300 for that. That's missiles and weaponry. But as far as I'm aware, there's nothing to fire at yet. Asteroid mining. Small reactive shield. Capable of delivering plasma field through spheres. Central component most shields. Why is that referred to asteroid mining then? If it's shielding.
Initiating docking to station.
Anything else that we can do while we're here? We could go talk to the other people we were told to talk to. Well, we'll get our upgrades done first.
Food is not meant to be on the ground. Ensure you respect your peers.
I did see
Thank you.
some random character model standing in the middle of the air. I don't know if that's a player or not. They don't have a name above their head. But I don't think players do have names above their head. There's no other players in this particular dock to see at the minute. 80 frames per second, thus concluding that yes, it is in fact all the players outside. There's so much more to render in here. And we're getting 60 frames per second. Optimization required. Makes no sense. Other than poor threading. And to be clear, I'm a software engineer. Threading is hard. Making it all good threading is hard. But still, frame rate dropping that badly just because there are players in the area, not even nearby you. Not good. But again, early access game. We complain about these things, but we give them the leeway to fix it. What, that the game includes AI, or that they're AI generated? Other than performance issues related to there being too many people in a sector, then so far it's what I expect it to be, but we do need to get to base building first, and the ability to actually modify our ships. We're still fairly early in. The price point did give people concern, and it does give me concern. The $30 is not nothing, and I don't know whether or not they can justify it, given that they're going to have a cash shop as well. Is the freemium model is if they don't increase the price when the game comes out, when they're done with it, then okay, fair enough. 30 might be okay, given the fact that this does need a constant server running and something needs to pay for that. But yeah, the price is a bit of a for me at the minute. Right, we need more cargo holds. So 6 metal sheets. This are made in batches of 2, so we want 3 of them. that armor? Ship parts, spotlight. Oh no, we can actually add lights to the ship. Not that that's helpful, given the fact our ship is powered by solar power, and if we're in the dark, then we're not going to have any power. So not useful at the minute. Okay, 8 lots. We need to make another modular kit, so... Is a modular kit? Yes. Yeah, there's always some amount of wishful thinking in reviews. As good as Steam is as a platform, the community on Steam leaves something to be desired. I'll put it that way. That reminds me, there's something I wanted to bring up, but the fact the game came out before my usual stream start time threw me off mentioning it. So I found this funny. And this is an indication of like the problems with Steam itself in general. So when I went to the store page, it's not actually showing me anymore because I've got the game now, but it asked me, is this game relevant to you? And it said, games like ones you've played before. Elite Dangerous. Okay, fair enough. Schedule 1. Those were the two games that they were saying that this was like. Now I can see why it's pulled Schedule 1, because this does have crafting aspects, it does have a management aspect, so it's pulling from that side of Schedule 1, but you would never associate Schedule 1 with this kind of game. But because those kind of recommendations are done on just basically the tags, then that's what it was saying. Okay, we have a cargo hold. Do we have material enough to make... Do we want to make an overclocked mining laser? I'll get the resource detector. Let's improve the resource detector. Another magnetic coil, more wire. It definitely needs some work, but that's obviously why it's in early access. The control system I can deal with. I've played games that control like this before. It is absolutely not my preferred way to control a game with spaceships. It uses direct mouse movement to move your ship, and I would much rather have a lead indicator that the ship is following for mouse movement. There's no controller support, so I can't get my HOTAS, which is actually sitting on my bed behind me, working. So there's definitely plenty of places for them to improve it. I think one of the problems we've had is like some people at this point just expect games to be fully complete and ready when they come out, and that just is not realistic. But there's not much you can do about that. People have too high expectations sometimes. I don't think we have enough iron to make the bolts. Yeah, we can't quite make the detector. We're going to need to do another run, but we've got a bigger cargo hold now, so we can go elsewhere. Our ship in. Oops. Try that again. Repair the ship. Continue. Edit the ship. Add a cargo hold. Put it under that. That doubles our cargo hold. Now we can bring more back with us. Is there anything in here I can sell? Not at the minute. I still want all those resources. I really don't think this game should be listed as a 4X game, in my opinion. I think I did see that tag. But let's think, because there was a... yeah, the Exterminator 4X isn't in here. They should just remove 4X and I think Factory Game or Factory Game is a tag and just use that because that's a better descriptor. 4X gives them implications that are not really accurate.
I know. You just arrived from Sector Pioneer, and now you're looking for some action, right? As an affiliate, the big thing to remember is that the more the company trusts you, the more opportunities you'll get.
I really should go back to that. I haven't played it in a long time. They're player defined, but it's Steam that lets you choose what tags go or what tags are available. There's a recent update where they've removed a bunch of tags and added a bunch more.
And I can help you with that. As a health instructor for the company, I can sign you up for the novitiate test. It's a simple process that lets us figure out who would make good use of more freedom and who wouldn't. Are you in?
I have 214 hours in X4 Foundations. Last played April 19th, 2020. I got to the point where the primary research station, I had built that out and could just start pumping out fleets. So I was at the point where if I wanted to, I could take over the galaxy. And I was starting to have frame rate problems because of all this. But that I expect, because at that point you're pushing the game to its limit. Cognitive and physical assessment.
Then it's settled. I'm signing you up. You won't regret this. Let's say you want to join a corpo, or even fund one. Well, you'll be allowed to do that after you earn your novitiate rank, by passing the test of the same name. That's actually not the test's official name, but this one is much easier to pronounce. All right, just get to the testing facility, and don't mess it up.
Okay. We now have yet more things to do. I find that funny. So, you would have seen it there. Obviously, I game on triple monitor, so most of the time you only see in the middle monitor. But if you crouch down, your hand comes into view, and I can see through my arm. Okay, let's get the hell out of this system so we can get some performance back.
All cameras may now be equipped with mounted rubber bullet launchers.
It's often just an issue that the FOV is so high that they don't expect that to be visible. Okay, let's go to a system we haven't been to that's further out. That'll do. VS515. Down to 30 frames per second. There you are. Hey, look, there's no one here, and we've got 200 frames per second. I don't think I have overlay viewable. In fact, my song track will be covering it. 200 frames per second. The problem is other players. It's always other players. Can you tell I don't like PvP games? To be fair, I didn't always used to be that way. I used to play plenty of PvP games. I just don't like how PvP games are now basically a job into themselves. I am 40 odd years old and I come from playing games like Quake 3 Arena, where you would join some random dude's server and you would get a bunch of frags, get a bunch of kills, try to get up the leaderboard, and then if you got bored, you'd go to someone else's server, and it was just very, very casual and relaxing. You were there because you wanted to shoot shit and hopefully not die. But no, now you must unlock everything, you must grind, you must stay here, you must rank up. It's just not fun anymore. Dune is an interesting one. Because they did sell it as that. But obviously Dune has a much wider fan base. Because I have Dune Awakening and it's uninstalled now. Not because I had any issue with the PvP, but because I eventually forgot to log in after 2 weeks and my base got destroyed. And I thought, okay, well that's as good a reason as any other to uninstall the game. I was mostly in it for the story. It's a good game. But the problem Dune had is that most of the people that went there, they built it as a PvP experience, but the people that arrived were mostly PvEers. And they didn't like being ganked and having all of their progress and things stolen. They just wanted to live out in a... do we need more copper? We do need more copper, we need more iron as well. They wanted to live out in the world. Because Dune is a really interesting world in general. That's probably fair. The exception would be unless your game is like 90% PvPs, like extraction shooters, Tarkov and the like. Yeah, Rust is another good one. We are a little low on quartz, so I guess we have a bit more. More quartz. More copper. Quartz. Let's have a look. Okay, there is one other kind of material on this planet we haven't found yet, and then there's deposits as well. I did see a deposit around. I think I've gone past it. Well, Arc Raiders is it. As much as I don't like the way they changed it, or changed that game, I much preferred the original idea that they was going for. It's like Monster Hunter with mechs. By all accounts, that game doesn't actually have that strong a PvP scene. There's still PvP there, because they need some form of tension. But the majority of players are PvE, and they play it that way. So it is doable. It's just very, very hard, and you need the player base to be on board. You could do it, but you would have to significantly scale up the difficulty of the NPCs, which is hard to do and make it feel fair. Copper. Yep. Oh. May as well tag it so we can see what kind of deposit this is. Copper. Okay. We haven't scanned it. Where's the red marker is heading towards? quartz, quartz. Okay. Cooper nickel stone is the other thing that's here. We have doubled our cargo hold, so let's get like 100 copper, and then we'll get 100 iron. No, I'm using space and control to go up and go down. It's just there's no benefit to being on any particular altitude. So, because again, I'm using this kind of view, being lower to the ground gives a much more immersive sense of speed, particularly on my setup. But you can quite happily smack into the ground. If you see at the bottom, in the middle, on the left hand side where there's that gear and a bunch of pips, that's my ship's health. And smacking into the ground does do damage. Okay, let's have a look at another planet. Nice iron. Yeah, the way the speed works on this is basically proximity to an object. So while I'm in space, I will travel a fair bit faster than while I'm on the ground or nearby a station. As I said earlier in the stream, but you may not have been here, I kind of wanted it to work like Elite Dangerous Super Cruise does. But that may just be because I came off playing Elite Dangerous literally minutes before we start, or an hour before we started streaming. I've got back into that game recently. After 8 years, was it, that I last played Elite? And I streamed that last weekend, actually. That's what I was streaming last weekend. Actually, no, we was trying to stream something else last weekend, and we gave up on that. What was it? Oh. We're on the dark side of the planet, that's a problem. We need to get out, or we're not going to have any power. Didn't quite make it to the sunshine. There we go. That was something I could have avoided if I paid a little bit more attention as to where I was going. Where's the sun? Where is the sun? Must be on the other side of the planet. It is, looking at that. Okay. Let's go around to the sunny side of the planet. I wonder if there are still things to find on the dark side. You're just going to need either a much bigger battery or something other than solar panels for power. The lens flare. I wonder if that's the result of my aspect ratio. I know that bloom can get out of control if you have a particularly high aspect ratio. I don't know why it does, I just know that from experience, bloom can sometimes be absolutely ridiculous at this aspect ratio. Okay. We also have a type of outcropping on here, or mineable location. Alright. Good. Don't mind the stone, mind the outcrops. More space efficient. Look, see what's on this planet. Oh, there's a lot of stuff on this planet. Is that 3 things that I haven't identified before, or is that just referring to the 3 different markers we have on the screen at the minute? I do not know. I never got into the playtest. Initially, yes, Broseph. What you're working towards is being able to start making a personal factory. And then you start building factories on planets. But certainly, yeah, the start of the game is getting you together resources to get a bigger ship, to get more resources so that you can get to the point where you can start putting factories down. Okay. Oh, there are resources here. It's more ferrites. It's fine. We could use another ferrite node. As far as I'm aware, yeah, the technology is, or the tech state is there, and I think that was in the playtests. As I said, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so I may be answering questions from 2 different locations. But yeah, the technology is in the tree, so I assume it must be obtainable and makeable. But someone who's played the playtest would probably be able to tell you whether or not one that was in the playtest already. I've got to assume it must have been, because it's kind of a core mechanic that the game's going for. Yeah, I'm not sure how corporations work. I suspect that's how the team-based system is supposed to work. Not seen any interface for friends and the like, although I've not actually looked through the interface. Corp. Yeah, I imagine it's all part of the Corp system. I do not remember if the Corp system is in the game yet. Okay, we do have new resources here. That looks like gold. What are you, though? Charcolite. So I'm assuming carbon source. If this is not gold, then they've done something wrong. I reckon that could end up being gold. I am unfamiliar with ores of gold. So we're still missing three types of resources that are available here. Ferrite stone would be one of the things we're missing. This is another thing we're missing, iron deposits. Good, we've already scanned them then. So we get iron here. iron. More iron. In fact, no, there's one kind of global resource we've not found, and then one kind of resource that's only found at the points of interest. Was that the most recent playtest or the one before that? Because they've had one just before the launch of this. Okay, so we can get copper on this map as well. That identifies the two other things found in the mountain areas. That still leaves one more type of resource that we've not seen yet. Iron deposit. Yeah. There we go. Some more of this stuff. Okay, let's grab some more iron and then head back. Get the next few bits of ship upgrade. Upgrade our scanner, maybe give us another cargo hold. I'm surprised there's still no players here. We are still all alone in this system. Why is everyone putting up with the frame rate in that main system? Go somewhere else. The frame rate's much nicer over here. Come on, iron deposits. Plenty earlier. There we go. These should be iron. They are not. Any other deposits? Not what we're looking for. By my understanding of the Steam reviews, that's because players were expecting a different game. Which, in my opinion, is their fault, because the information on what type of game this was is available. I was under no delusions that this was any kind of No Man's Skies alike. But I remain of the opinion that I'm too early in. We need to get to the point where we can start building bases and factories. Which, if that's not in the early access, then they have a serious problem. Okay, really doesn't want to give me just one more iron outcrop. It is kind of an MMO, yeah. You can play it solo, and you can play it co-op. I imagine you need to get access to corporations to play co-op. That may not be in the game yet, though. But people associate incorrectly solo with offline. These are not the same tags. No, they look too spiky. Please don't they? Finally! I'm needing iron. Get our cargo hold and then get out. Right. Where are we? Should be a named system, which might mean it's above us. Nope. Where is that system? Should have a name at this point. Janus. I don't think I can lock the target from here. To get a HUD marker. New. There's Janus. Not above us, so maybe it's below us. There it is, almost directly below us. If the screenshots of anything to go by, you literally just you're building a base. 30 frames per second. People leave this system. It's not worth the frame rate. Take a second. So if we bring up, it's here, personal factory, then we have a construction tool, base command center, extractor, smelter, pylon, cable, base deploy kit. This is an autonomous node that can be deployed on a planetary base in a matter of seconds. It is used to reserve an authorization selection company. So I assume we drop one of these on the planet, and then we can land and start building.
Docking accepted. Welcome, pilot.
It's a good question. I haven't tried. Given that it's not using 100% of my GPU, I suspect not. I think this is a threading issue. Let me enable Steam overlay for a second. I'm gonna have to hide the song tracker. Or enable your ability to see steam overlay. Oops. I had the uptime. I had the song tracker. If I come over to this screen, you will notice one of these threads is permanently pegged, which indicates that it's overloading a core and it's potentially trying to run all calculations for the players on a single thread. And I've noticed that while outside, and I think that's what's causing the frame rate issue. This is what the programmer in me tells me. Although, I repeat again, making good threading is hard. It may not have been an issue until there was this many players on the game at once. Because yeah, now we're running at 160 frames per second, but it is pegging the GPU. We're at 97 now. By the way, the reason I'm teabagging is because I don't have a Steam Deck or Stream Deck, so all of my keys to change OBS scenes is control number pad something. First person feels fine. There's some issues in the tutorial section whereby there's some weird collision boxes. But yeah, it feels fine. I want to be able to exit or tab out of this and have it still running, but I don't think it does. No, we do have to sit here and wait. This is what the factory will help. I actually have a Steam Deck on my desk at the minute. I bought... I didn't buy the one from the initial run. I decided to leave it for a bit. And the second they brought out the OLED versions, I grabbed the top tier one of those. I am waiting, however, for the Steam frame. I do already have a VR set headset, but I can't run it in this room that my computer now lives in. So it's actually downstairs, up the PC next to the TV. But it does mean I can't play games like Elite Dangerous in VR, and I really want to be able to play Elite Dangerous in VR again, because that's such a good experience. Particularly with a HOTAS. I do like my survival crafters and my space games. These are my most favourite games. Although I will always recommend Outer Wilds as a game everyone should play. And I would tentatively recommend Rain World, but I'd put a massive giant caveat on that this game is not for everyone. What's the time? 15 minutes till usual first break time. We might run a little long today deliberately to see if we can't get to the point where we can maybe drop a base. Just to see whether or not we can do it. we may wait to actually build the base until tomorrow. Just trying to judge how long things are going. Okay, let's make another small module kit. So we have enough wires. We need more nuts and bolts. Gets us that. That gets us this. Okay, if we equip that now, that'll complete one of our tasks. Am I going to get a reward for that task? What's the reward if we get one? Money would be nice. We're getting lower money. Okay, yeah, we're going to get a little bit of money. Okay, so take off the old resource detector, put on the better resource detector. And then we can sell the crude one. Confirm. Again, for reference, because I don't keep track of I have my viewer statistics disabled on every one of the things that I can check my stream on. So if anyone's new that's come in, I game on a triple monitor system. That's 3 1080p monitors strapped side by side, acting as one singular large display. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. So if there are bits and pieces missing, that's why. If you can't see what I'm doing on the HUD. Okay, sell that. Cash injection. Oh, we need to change our ship's name. Okay, edit ship. Where's that? Ship coating. That's up here. The reason I use that name is because many years ago, I saw a what's it called? Someone's custom 3D model of a Star Trek ship that was on the same kind of vein as the Defiance, that style of ship, and that was called the Destiny Star. And I really liked that, so all of my ships therefore got named the Destiny Star forevermore. We could try to get the better battery. We need to get the technology anyway because personal factory is after it. So let's go hand in this quest to get the money. That'll let us unlock the battery technology. Yeah, we'll replace the battery because we'll also get 50 credits for selling the battery after we've replaced it. Which will help towards the 300 we need to get factory building tech.
That's a spaceship you can work with. If you ask me, they should have given you all that from the start. How much did you pay for the carcass? Dear Earth. Well, at least now you're all set. But you shouldn't stop there. You know, we actually have a scale system to score a spaceship's efficiency. If you keep improving yours to reach 600 points on that scale, your life will get much easier. And you'll be a better asset to the company.
Okay. So, we have some extra things that have appeared. We have Tools of the Trade. Add more modules to improve it to 600 points. Unlock the ship coating permits. I don't think we're going to do that unless we make back the amount of money that it costs. It costs 50. That can wait. We will keep improving our ships. We'll upgrade the battery next. Because, yeah, being able to boost for longer will be useful. And then if we still have space, we'll add more cargo holds. You are clearly not a Factorio player. Why you decided that you needed to come in here and tell someone who plays Factorio, that I have no idea. Go find a game that you will actually like. I do not care. Why should I? People really need to stop feeling the need to have their opinions validated. It's your opinion. If you can't be happy with it on your own, then you have a problem. If you like something, you like it. What other people think of it is absolutely irrelevant. We did not actually grab the battery technology. I just went into autopilot to make another module kit. Which is fine, there's still plenty of ingots, so we might actually not have particular materials we need for this. So let's get the flywheel battery. Which requires... It does need a ship module chip. Okay, we're going to need to go get some more silica. There's the... It's motor, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, we're going to need to buy some silica gel, silicone gel. Metal sheets. We can't make the battery at the minute because we need to go get the or go collect some more silica so that we can make the concrete. Which isn't a problem. There's some in this system. We still have... Okay, let's make everything up to it. Oh, that's nice. What would be really nice is if I could now press backspace. And it takes me to the recipe that it sent me from. Devs, if you watch this, this is a really nice feature, being able to click it and take you to the thing that you clicked. What'll be an even better feature is after I've crafted it, if I can press backspace or click somewhere around here to go back to the recipe that you sent me from. We need 2 more magnetic coils. So... Or 2 more lots of magnetic coils. It's a little thing that most people wouldn't necessarily immediately think about. Going down the tree is one thing, but that also then means you need to remember where you came from in the tree to go back up. That is true, Scott. They are kind of going that direction. Okay, I need one. Oh no, that's selling. I need to buy. Buy one more of those. That gets us our motor. Economic war, corporate war. Okay, we've already got one of these. Let's make a second one, see if we can't get one more cargo hold. Because the only thing we need left of that is a concrete. Neither is your universal definition of PvP, it's your personal definition of PvP. The fact that there is multiple definitions of PvP tells you there is no universal definition of PvP. Okay, we should have enough iron. We will need to buy a little bit more of the purple stuff. Okay, we need 6 of these. Made in 2s, so 1, 2, 3. And then we need to buy 4 more silica gel. Can we afford that? We can, good. There's almost certainly absolutely someone that said, I beat you because I had more ammo at the end of the game. Okay, where can I see my... Okay, it's down there. That's the number. Okay, we need to go get ourselves some silica. Let's head back to the system we left. Because again, frame rate. Actually, there's another quest that we really should start. Maybe we can get some additional money from there. From the Mining Bureau.
First timer, right? This is the company's Mining Bureau. We collect information about the sector and its resources. There's information we can sell and information we can buy.
Tell me more.
There are 2 types of people in this world. Those who find ore they don't need, and those who need ore they can't find. We're here to help those 2 types get in touch. Whatever your deal is, there's a good chance we can help you somehow. But since it's your first time here, you'll have to follow a little protocol first, just so that we know you're serious, and so you know we are. It's quite simple. We give you the name of a resource, you show us you can find a sample of it, and you get paid. And then we're in business. Mining Bureau, what can I do for you?
Okay, so it wants me to collect a number of different resources. Gather 2 of the following items, both of which are available in the area we're going to. Hang on, which one's mine? I think that one's mine? Is that one mine? I vaguely remember parking on this side. This one is mine. Oh god lord. 20 frames per second. We need to leave immediately. So they want us to collect 30 carbon, or 2 of 30 carbon, 6 silicates, which we're after anyway. And 3 pyrites, which I think is what those gold nodes were. But we'll go to a new planet so that we can get all the information on all of them. Did they not bring the demo back online? Although I suppose the demo still ends before you immediately after you leave the starting sector, so it's not really a good reflection of the game. Oh, is that water or just dark? That looks like water, but it doesn't look like it's moving. It is moving. To the person that was asking if there was water. Yes, yes there is. We have a water planet here. Do we need more copper? We'll grab a little more copper. We must remember this is not why we are here. I guess we have to go under the water. Go and scan inscription 2 week. Okay, so we can't scan these. Probably not going to be able to find the things that we need here then, because it looks like this is mostly going to be a place to get resources underwater. So we'll try the other planet. Still one left. Nope. Maybe behind this one. It was in this direction. Yeah, it's hiding behind this one. Yeah, there's 2 types of resources we haven't found on there yet. We've got some sandstone back over here. And I think we had charcolite here, and okay, yeah, we got sandstone there as well. And I imagine charcolite must be carbon. So we may end up coming back here because that's where most of the useful resources were. May as well see what's here. I don't think there's any planet that's had a copper and iron deposits on it. Because that would be the perfect place to set up your first base. types we have here. Just the 3. Thank you, I appreciate it. I am informed that likes also help. I think, generally speaking, an active chat helps more than likes do. But it helps to have chat to bounce off of. Otherwise, I would just be flying around mining stuff. Lovely view I get. And that can be both a blessing and a curse. Always having something to say. You can do, yeah. I keep forgetting that you can do that, but there's nothing above me and there's little below me. Okay, we've got 2 resource nodes over there. Zoom in. Mouse wheel will zoom you in, just keep zooming in and you will go into the cockpit. There we go. I think we found the resource nodes. These look like... You need iron. Iron and quartz. This is a lot of iron. But I believe that is everything that's on this planet. Yeah, okay, so we need to head back over to the other one. Get the materials we need for that quest, which would get us the money we need to be able to build a base, or at least get the technology to build a base, or at least help towards that. More specifically, it's confirmation 300, and we have 80 at the minute, and that gets us 150, and then if we can get our ship upgraded, then that get us another 200, so that'll get us enough to buy the technology. Then we just need to be able to actually drop the thing on the ground, assuming that we can. I do, I've upgraded it twice. Now hold 300 units. Do not go into the dark side of the planet. Our solar panels will not work in the dark side of the planet. Okay. Let's just have a quick look at this. Okay, so... is that density? That must be density / rarity, this number here. Oh. Here's an interface. Contains... We haven't tried to mine it yet. There's our pyrite. Did we stop our ship dead? We did, good. We're not going to crash into anything. Interesting, that is copperish. Yeah, that's a kind of copper ore. I'm fairly sure this will give us pyrite. I don't know what that one is. This doesn't look like it will get us silicate. Okay, this is silicate in it. I didn't know that existed. That is useful. There's iron. Which one do we need to go to? Everything we want is potentially at the yellow. I do kind of appreciate that your ship does keep going when you have a menu open. I just kind of wish that this was semi-transparent ever so slightly. So that I can see if I'm about to crash into something. But if your altitude's high enough, you're never going to hit anything. This doesn't affect your speed one way or the other, so... So there is no carbon on this planet. We may have to go to the other planet if we want to get some carbon there. I think... Grey quartz, sandstone... Actually, we don't have carbon in this system. So we are going to be reliant on the silicate and the pyrite. All iron. Really should collect some more copper and iron before we leave. Okay. Pyrite. That's copper. More copper. It does tell you what you're getting up there. This should be more copper. That looked like pyrite to me though. That is pyrite. There's some copper nuggets. Silicate might be rare from these. Definitely implied it would give me some. We may be better off going somewhere else to get them. Don't know if we can actually use pyrite for anything yet. This is definitely a better source of copper though. What would be the shortcut for the encyclopedia? 0. Pyrite. Crystalline iron sulfide, cheap enough to be known as golden gold, is nonetheless a useful semiconductor. Sorry, there's not much I can do about this particular a menu when it's scaled like this. Well, that's where I get it from. It doesn't... It would be nice if it told me its uses here. But I think the uses are only going to appear when we can actually... When we actually have a technology for them. Can I find anything that uses pyrite? That's sulfur, carbon, concrete, silicate. Requires science level 2. Ah, right, yeah, this. I keep forgetting that they've got like 2 separate progression trees. Print management. I don't know which one of these would be science though. Unless we know for sure that we can make something with the pyrite, we should stop collecting any more of it. The only recipes we have for iron ingots are from iron ore. Okay.
Is it someplace familiar? Or someplace unknown? Well, I heard this once, and it might be true. At home is with you, wherever you may go. Wherever you may go.
I assume you mean can you play third person on foot or in a station? I do not know, I've not tried. Let's collect a bit more copper from here. I can find out for you, but it will take me a little bit because I need to head back to a station. Oh, there we go. Missionite stone. Mission is... Oh, aquamarine. This is new stuff. Missionite stone would be another kind of copper. I'm surprised that hasn't given us any silicate. There was some iron around here, wasn't there? It's ferrite stone. I'd much rather have ferrite outcrops. Oh, I know. There is what am I thinking here? I need to find some siderite. Let's head towards the blue. I imagine the aquamarine is going to be useful for money, but... Oh, this also has iron in it? There's so many things in it. It didn't look like it had that many things in it when I looked at it on here. No, it just says it's got these two. That thing is full of more than just these. Your encyclopedia is out of date, Dev. Information in it is wrong. Hey, there we go, something right. It definitely doesn't look bad. We do need some optimization doing, but I don't think that's necessarily to the graphics in terms of frame rate. I think that's their net code that's causing lag. see. We've got a bunch of copper already. Let's have a look. Yeah, plenty of copper. We're going to need a bunch of concrete. So we'll get up to 200 with what remains. And then we'll fill up with as much silicate as we can hold. That's 200. There we go. Actually, no, this doesn't give us silicate, does it? What does this give us? It's a source of iron. Right, yes, we need to be on a different planet for silicates. We need to be back on the other one. That's where... This one? Yeah, sandstone mounds. It's 4 after, which might be behind this. Yeah. I think it is around back of this planet. There it is. Small solar panel, medium solar panel, and then that's planet side. Solar arrays. Requires personal factory. Requires science level 2. Assembler warehouse landing pad. Steel. Bigger cargo hold. It's another mining laser. An overclocked variant of it. This planet looks like it should have an ocean on it, but it doesn't. You can kind of see when you get closer to it. Coloration on it makes it look like it's got oceans. It does not. Too high. Okay. Let's find us some silicate. Quartz. More quartz. Silicate was just resource out and about. Yes, it's only grey quartz that's on the things. Yep. The game does not warn you about that, and it really should, because now it's a very slow trip to get back into orbit. These ships are powered by solar plants, which just sit on the top. So if you're in the shade, they do not work. There we go, sandstone. No, you always have a minimum amount of speed. Titanium. So just
Good.
point straight
Now that you've
upwards.
seen what the Bureau can do for you, it's time you did something for the Bureau. We're looking for geological information on various planets. Please explore these planets and send us the data you collect.
Okay, did we get money for that? We did. We have 200. Good. Let's not damage the ship by overheating it. We almost have a full cargo hold. That's probably it. We're at 296.9. If we go any higher, then one more item will be enough to push us over. Should have enough resources for everything we want to grab. That will be enough to get us what we want. I don't know, but in fact, where's our jump point? Let me align with jump points. We are overdue a fresh cup of tea. I'll bring myself to a stop. Travel to this star with just plasma consumption. Huh. I get the feeling that if we, or the amount of plasma you use will determine whether or not your ship could potentially take damage when you make a jump. Which is an interesting mechanic. I don't dislike that. What I dislike is the fact that it didn't explain it. Because our health bar is the little square pits underneath the, right at the bottom on the left. Which is what I think the top thing that's changing is representing. And if I mouse wheel down, then it reduces the amount of fuel it's going to take. But these go from white to red. I assume if they're red, they're guaranteed to take damage, and if they're yellow, then you can potentially take that damage. That's the only way I can translate that. There may actually be a tutorial in the here. Oh dear. The distance between two stars is too large. An FTL jump is a dangerous process. To preserve the ship from harm, the contractor should use a mag plasma shield integrated into its FTL engines. Such shields consume mag plasma. It is possible to choose how much mag plasma to jump before using the mass wheel, but using less than the amount required will almost always result in costly damages. So yeah, it does tell you, it just doesn't tell you when you make your first jump, and it probably should. Or it should tell you to look in the encyclopedia to find this information. But yeah, we'll take a break. I'll get a fresh cup of tea. To answer your question, it's still a little bit too soon to make any concrete decision. It's going to really come down to how the factory gameplay works. The general flying about, I've made like my comments on how I would change it to improve it, but that is a personal preference kind of thing. I would love it to work with a HOTAS, because it's a ship flight game and it should work with a HOTAS. It really should work with a HOTAS. There's obviously performance issues they need to fix. There have been a lot of players causing the frame rate just to tank is something they need to sort as soon as possible. I don't know how big the actual overall map is. We can zoom out a decent distance. So the world may, or it may be that the shards, I'm going to call it shards for each individual server that we're on. The shards may have a limit on how many players can be on it, but looking at the distance between these stars and the... Well, we can move this around. We really need to know how much more is here, because I can keep scrolling and that's now well off screen. It's like over there, but that doesn't mean there's stars over here. So that's going to be an important thing to find out. It's like how much is actually here in terms of how many planets, because that'll determine so like how many players need to be active on any given server for the economy to function. I am certainly interested in what they're doing, and I've not seen anything yet that gives me any real pause for concern, other than the fact they're making it a freemium game, but it's an online game. They need to make money somehow. That said, what's it called? Dune. I forgot. We literally talked about it earlier. The name was in my head. The most recent Dune game, that kind of does freemium, but it's doing it by way of DLC. And that's how they're supporting theirs. So it's going to really come down to the actual freemium system itself from a monetization point of view. The fact they're thinking about giving us dedicated servers is good. I like that. Absolutely. Thumbs up. Do that. Because that allows people, particularly if the worlds aren't that big or the universes aren't that big, then that's going to give people the ability to make their own private servers and just run them. I have my own dedicated server if I'm playing Minecraft, or the most recent one was Vintage Story. I will often set up the server to run, or use my server to set up the server-side code, so I'm not running it locally, and I'm only running the client locally to reduce load on my system. I pretty much always do that. But then you can do that within a friend group if you have someone who is technically capable of doing it. So I appreciate that. So yeah, I've not seen anything that gives me any real pause for concern. This game is obviously No Man's Skies. Anyone telling you that it's not No Man's Skies, seriously, is an idiot. It's not trying to be. Anyone complaining the lack of PvP, just tell them, go play a different game. There are hundreds of thousands of games that have PvP. Go play one of those. This game isn't for you. It's for factory builders. Potentially. That's how the game's building itself. So I really need to get into that system to make a solid opinion on it. That's where I am at the minute. But the plan for the plan for my weekend streams is to keep playing this. So we're going to get like 18 hours worth of streams unless we hit a serious roadblock. Like I did with, I'll get the name of the actual game I was playing last week that I noped out of. Astro Colony. There were too many little niggling problems with Astro Colony that I just couldn't keep going. I wasn't having fun after, I think it was 7 hours? Yeah, 7 hours. And if you're not having fun and you're streaming, you're doing it wrong. So yeah, cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, back. Just had to do a quick bit of moderating on the Widescreen Gaming Board Discord. Okay, so I think my plan is going to be this. We're going to try to get to the point where we can have 2 of those things that I assume we drop on a planet claimed. And then we're going to find a double iron deposit and a double copper deposit in the system we just came from. And we're going to claim them. This will be the plan before the end of the stream. We'll see if we'll get any further than that, but that is the minimum we will do. Even if we don't end up exploiting them until tomorrow. I did not find a bank. I don't believe there's any way to store resources or money. I could be wrong on that account though. Sorry, you did actually post that before I went to get a cup of tea.
Initiate docking to station.
Certainly, if there's a place that you could store your items and your money, I would expect them to be somewhere nearby the shipyard. But given all of your crafting materials go into your ship, I'm assuming there's not. I mean, maybe there will be at some point, or maybe these are going to be used for corporations. What do you do?
Hey, you're new here, right? This is the shipyard. You'll probably be around here a lot, so just ask me if you need anything.
How do I use the shipyard? I'm missing some components. Install patch. Okay, let's get some resources. Oh, we can actually make titanium nuggets. Well, titanium ingots. Not that we can do anything with it, except sell it. If we need the money, which we may do. Okay, let's get these going. We've not been given any indication as to how to increase our research rank. We'll have to have a look at our character profile once we're done processing these materials. concrete. This is making it lighter, right? Okay, good. It's a slower crafting recipe. Okay, reviews are now mixed. Okay, one flywheel battery. That is potentially not unfair, but we will be getting automation systems in the future. But that's kind of the way it goes. This is kind of more following the survival crafter stream of thoughts. You build up to make things easier in the future. Okay, let's pull out the crude battery, put the flywheel battery in. Let's put the flywheel battery in the back. How much extra power storage is the flywheel battery versus the normal one? Crude is 1000. Flywheel battery is not the same. This is interesting. System requirements. Power storage 1000, I assume, million amps. That's not a measure of power storage, but fine. Maximum charge speed 100 amps, 100 million amps. Theoretical efficiency, self-discharge. Power storage is only 500, so it's less raw storage. It's 100% efficient. It can charge faster, and it has the same self-discharge. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. As I said earlier, I'm fairly sure this all comes down to, or will all come down to, how well we'll keep the crude battery then. Around. This will all come down to how well the factory system works. Because that seems like where the meat and efficiency will be. So that gives it a little bit more power storage, but a much higher power efficiency. We do, however, still need another 500, well, not 500, 44 points of complexity. I suppose these tell me we can't see them from here. External modules. Does it tell me how many complexity points? That's system requirements, that's not the same thing. 10 SU. That's storage amount. If I turn my volume up too much, or if I turn my own personal volume up too much louder, then I'm going to start peaking too often. It may just be that I was mumbling a second ago, or not speaking directly into the microphone. But if I'm looking at OBS, I am hitting the red line fairly consistently as I'm talking. So if for some reason I have to raise my voice, it will start clipping. Yeah, I think the problem is, so just to give an illustration of my setup, obviously I have 3 monitors. This is my middle monitor. This is where your middle monitor would be. This is my entirety of my view. The left and the right hand side of these are to the left and the right of that monitor. My microphone sits here. So if I'm looking at something over here, I have my head turned away from the microphone. And if I forget that, then that's probably why I'm quiet. I usually try to remember. Could grab the overclocked mine laser. It's actually not that much more expensive than what we already have, so let's grab the mining laser that off our ship. We'll make another one of these. We'll make another cargo hold to bring us up to 4. And then we'll see how close we are to 600 points. Essential ship design. Hopefully that still allows me access to this. Seriously, I have to have a mining or a laser on it? It's slightly worse than that. It's point in the general direction, and the laser will grab it. All right. Go into parts storage. There we go. Now we confirm. Okay, I accidentally dragged it off into the middle of nowhere. That's what happened. To be fair, I don't think in the long run you're meant to be getting most of your resources from mining with your ship anyway. As I keep saying, it's really going to come down to, or this game is really going to come down to how well the factory building aspect works. That, I think, is going to be the make or break point for the game. We'll hopefully at least get to the base setup point. What I'm trying to do at the minute is upgrade my ship to the point that I complete a quest that gives me enough money to unlock the parts to set up or to claim my first bases. Then I need to make those parts, which I'll show you in a second once I've done this. Need 1 more set of magnetic coils, so 1 more copper wire. Gets us the overclocked mining laser. Okay. So we're aiming to get this. And this costs us 300 and unlocks us this item here. Now, how the hell did we get one of those? Base core drive. Can be made in a workshop. Gonna need to make a construction tool as well, so we're gonna need to find aluminium. We may not get to this today. There may be a few too many steps. Assuming we can even figure out where to get that core drive from, but at the very least, let's get that unlocked. And then we can figure things out from there. Let me slot this underneath. Oh, it's bought off the corporate exchange. Thank you. Would have been one of the places I looked. How much do they cost? How much more money do we need? There they are. 500 apiece. We're going to need to make a whole bunch of money. And find aluminium. So, doable. We'll see how much beyond the end of the usual stream time we have to go. Because I would like to claim 2 spots on those planets before the end of the stream today. If for no other reason to stop anybody else from getting them, but we'll see. We may be too slow. What's our ship at currently? We still need another 20. So we need another 3 of these. Two of these. If we get one more cargo hold and a second flywheel battery, then I suspect that'll be enough to complete that quest, and that'll get us the money we need for that. And then we just need to find another 1,000. Just find another 1,000. Okay. Right, we need silicone gel for this, which we can't currently make ourselves. Thankfully, it's not that expensive. If this gets us to 500, then we will not worry about getting another flywheel battery. Sorry, 600. Because I think we're reaching the limit on... I think we can go over it, but we are reaching the limit on our system. Yeah. We are now over our system capacity, but we have hit 600 points.
Well done! At this point, you're approaching the limit of what can be done with modules alone. You see, everything you add to your ship is powered by her internal system. If the system requirements of your modules exceed the system support of your hull, things won't work as well anymore. Long story short, if you want to keep improving your ship, you'll need to upgrade her engine, and then her hull.
Okay. Unlock the modular structure permit is the next line in that quest, which requires us to get personal factory first anyway. Hopefully being 4 points over isn't going to be too significantly bad, but we'll see. That means that we can basically sell anything else we do not need. In fact, what's our power generation currently? How much do we make? Okay, we make less than the flywheel thing can actually store. I might sell the crew battery and replace it with a flywheel. It'll bring our system back down, but it will give us an 100% efficiency while having the same amount of storage, which in theory will be a 30% improvement overall. So let's rip that off. Let's actually put this at the back, so we can have both of the batteries at the front. And touch wood, this will sell for 50. In fact, it sells for 65. This gives us what we need for personal factory, so we'll grab that. Our list is getting longer by the day. Sorry, someone on, or rather Zeke on Galactic Tycoon just messaged me. Okay. So plenty of tasks for us to do. Let's get this second flywheel if we have the material for it. Start with a small modular kit again. 3 of these. Motor, coil, takes wire, need 5 magnetic coils. High-reel battery in the middle of a ship is a terrible idea, just mechanically. I mean, the gyroscopic effect alone would cause problems. Okay, I do not remember where we parked. Which one is us? This one is us, because it's the only one that doesn't have a changing coating. Okay, let's refill our plasma. Take off.
Departure initiated. Station out.
20 frames per second. Okay, so now we need to find aluminium and make a bunch of money. Okay, it's only 40 frames per second out here now. Let's see. Oh, hang on. I need to ban a bot. Job's done. Okay. How much money can we make by doing these? Can't do that one because it costs money. NTX. Oh, the cash shop. I assume. Okay, so some quests give money for the cash shop. Did we not do that? Guess that's not here. Let's head over to this one first, and then we can loop around this way. So, Ramana Mortis. There you are. Oh, damn it, it moved my hyperdrive because I changed the slot it was in. Okay, and from here to XD. Okay, Concord 3. No, 2. Concord 2. That's 3. There's 2. Head to the light side of the planet. That's just Twitch telling me. I don't know if my microphone will pick it up because I've got noise cancelling on. Twitch telling me that they have dealt with the spammer. That is all the resources we have seen before. It's a copper deposit. Blue one first, it's slightly nearer. Interesting, this planet might actually have 2 different kinds of deposits on it. We best keep our eye out for those. Copper and iron deposits. What have we got here? we've scanned before. All stuff we scanned before. That's fine. We are only here to explore to complete the mission, which means that the other resources are going to be over... Where is it? Where's the red marker? There you are. Effectively, yes. It's an always online game. There's nothing stopping you playing it solo or playing it in a group, and they are going to be releasing dedicated servers later down the line, but it is effectively designed as an MMO. Actually, I want to check something, since I still have the store page open. Yeah, single player MMO online co-op. The fact it says MMO should have tweaked in everyone to say single player means you can play it solo, but it's online. That's more a problem with Steam's system. You can't specifically state online single player or solo play, probably more accurately. Well, no, that's the. I was looking at the actual some of the actual reviews, and some of the reviews are explicitly it's like shouldn't have single player tab or tag because it's an online game. No, that's not what single player means. Not much you can do about that. Okay, that's this planet explored. Good. Okay. It's less a problem with people not reading and more just a difference in expectation. No, single player means you play alone. It doesn't mean that the world isn't populated by other people. But again, specifically because solo play doesn't exist, it's not something that they can add there. They want people to know that you don't have to play in a group. And the only way that they can do that is put single player on it. But it's immediately followed by MMO, which tells you it's online only. Again, they can't make that distinction in Steam. Those particular tags don't exist in that area of the panel. They make do with what they've got. And people should interpret from that. But then they have no way of saying that you can play it alone. The fact that some people can't tell or can't distinguish the fact that if something says single player and MMO, it means it's an online game. Period. If it has MMO in it, it's an online game. So people suggesting that they should be able to play offline, they're in the wrong for ignoring the MMO tag. Okay. We'll go back through this system. The information was available for people to know that you couldn't play this game offline. They chose to ignore it. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be annoyed about it, but they have no excuse for not knowing. CY... Yeah, let's go through... Actually, no, let's go down and then this way. So HT. I'm not getting into a circular argument. If you can't distinguish the difference between two separate tags, that's your fault. And that's their fault, because MMO is literally underneath it. If you do not read properly, it is not the developer's fault for not correctly identifying what their game is. They are free and open about what the game is, what the plan is. Those two tags are right next to each other. It is not a developer's responsibility to compensate for the laziness of players just refusing to read. The information is there. If you are not willing to read the information, the fault lies with you. You're free to think that. You're also free to leave. No one's stopping you to keep you here. But you're wrong. Okay, what are we looking for? 4 different resources, 1 deposit, and then one of those resources is up on top of this. Okay, sandstone. Lots of metal, quartz, more metal. Okay, that's all of the resources. We just need to find a deposit now. There's one.
All right. With your help, we were able to gather valuable geological information on these planets. Thanks. Now that the Bureau trusts you, it's time to get some work done. I've just recommended you to a colleague. Don't make me look bad.
Okay, oh good lord. The list increases. Go to the nearest mining bureau. Meet the laboratory clerk. It's added more than just the one thing. So we still need to find a source of aluminium. Or stainless plates. Okay, stainless plates are aluminium. Okay. have a look at the actual board map. It wants us to go into a new region. In fact, we have access to it. It's in the Terminus sector. We are tracking that, but I can't see a marker on the map for the Terminus sector. There it is. Okay. Map's starting to look a bit bigger. This looks like a... no, that's exploration level 1. As is that. So it's just clusters of stars grouped together. So Terminus sector's up there. Which way do we want to go? Current debt, which we're not currently paying off. No bases yet. Apologies, this is split between two screens. Understanding the mysteries of the universe won't lead to immediate benefits, but it's the only way forward for humanity and for company science programs. Study minerals and organic resources at the laboratory to increase your science XP. Now, is the laboratory something that's on a station? Chemical factory, cistern, or something we build? Liquid logistics. Modular systems factory. Shipyard. Assembly warehouse, drone dispatch. Microchips. Ah, we get stainless plates from this. I'm getting on alright. There's a decent possibility we can get a base planted before the end of the stream. We're not going to get one built. I'm just currently trying to figure out what the laboratory is and where it is. I imagine it must be a facility, given that I can't see a building for it. Because that's where we get access to recipes that we don't have yet. Technology, earn technology in your space's command center by producing components through automation. Okay. So yeah, this has to be a location somewhere. But which location? It's almost certainly going to send me to it. Unlock the chemical explosive permit. We get 400 for unlocking it. How much does it cost? 800, so we get half the money back. So that one can wait, because we need 1,000. Aha! We need to find this lady. Not in a minute, but we need to go there eventually. At least now we know. Now, what was the thing that we realized we needed that for? Stainless plate we can make here. So that's not going to stop us building the base. Yeah, we can build a base with the current materials we have access to. That requires science level 2. So it's if we want to improve our solar panels, we're going to need it. What about structural kits? That's also going to need science level 2 for some of this. Don't know about any of this. Okay, so that can wait until next stream. Let's go talk to them, because they're going to tell us about space bases. And they are the one in the terminus sector. So... basically head that way. 80. We should head back and refuel. I do not know how many jumps we have left in us, so this way first. Dock refuel and then head up the terminus. And hopefully we'll find some aluminium while we're over there. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to give a solid opinion on this game until we've been able to at least build a base, which... just thinking about current time, how long things are taking... yeah, I think we will only be able to get to the point of claiming a spot for base today. So we'll deal with actually building the base tomorrow. Okay, turn around. Refill. Okay, can I open the map? Not while this is on. Let's head over to Terminus. If that really is the tutorial on building bases, then there's almost certainly going to be some amount of aluminium in that sector. Okay. There you are. I knew I remembered you being in this direction. I think it was that one. That one. They could definitely use a better navigation system. Or maybe they have it and they just poorly explained it. Setting the route to a cosmic navigation. Oh! There is, but it requires a specific upgrade. I kind of err on that. It's not that much of a pain in the ass at this point. But if I want to go any distance, then it's a problem. Just finding the node we're looking for. Oh. New sector. That load takes longer, apparently. QY. PZ. That's where we came from. It's got to be this way somewhere. There you are. JA. So at the very least it is kind of intuitive. You exit in the direction of the warp line you just went down. So if you look at the map, you can kind of intuit which way these are going to be. So TR is obviously just to the right and the other one is somewhere off that direction. It's just finding it vertically. I kind of prefer it if there was some kind of overlay that always showed the direction of the jump nodes, just to make them slightly easier to find. How are you exploration rank 4 already? I assume 4 means exploration rank 4. Unless there's a different leveling system that gets displayed to other players. Maybe it's the sum of... it'll be the contractor level. So maybe they've got some levels in science as well. I wonder if I just fly into here if it will auto-dock me. Because I'm not entirely sure I pressed dock before we hit that that field.
The company takes good care of you.
Okay. Where is the person we're looking for? Don't think it's you. You look about right.
You, looking into your eyes, I see the soul of a great entrepreneur, wrongfully trapped in a miserable life. Is that soul ready to finally break free?
Begin Space Base 101.
My mission is to select the company's most promising contractors and help them establish their very first factory. Are you one of those select few?
I would hope so. I have played a lot of Factorio. And some other ones as well. We're currently playing Outward Station? Something like? Accept this seemingly selfless gift.
Of course you are. Then there's no reason to wait. Here is the key to your prosperous destiny. A free controller base kit, courtesy of the company. This is the first cornerstone of your empire.
Okay, so we actually only needed 500 credits. It's given us one for free. Okay, the list gets ever longer. We may have to trim it. Gather construction tools, or craft construction tools. I think the construction tools does need aluminium. Yeah, we need to find some aluminium before we can continue. I would be shocked if there's none in this system.
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
Just 2 planets. Just 2 planets. Yeah, we're only after aluminium. We're not trying to make a base here, so... If I was the developer and I wanted to ease players into this, then this planet here would be specifically allocated to have aluminium on it. Because when you get the quest and you realise you need aluminium, it's the first planet sitting directly in front of you. So let's see if we can find ourselves some bauxite. sandstone. A resource we don't have before. Sulfur, not what we're looking for. Sure, shoot. That looks like bauxite to me. That is not a name I am familiar with. Let's poke it with a laser. Ah, that requires explosives. Okay, not helpful. I do hope I'm not going to have to go back and actually get some explosives. You may be potentially further than I am, because I've gone to another sector, but I haven't got myself any fuel. Oh, sorry, that's another bad phrase. I've not run out of fuel before. I paid attention to my fuel amount. There's a respawn button in the escape menu. That is probably your only option, unless there's a way for someone to transfer fuel to you. Okay, there is still 3 types of ore on this planet that we've not found yet. So we may still have bauxite here. I am afraid I do not know. I imagine if the devs are any kind of competent, then if you're going to lose inventory for respawning, it will warn you. But I cannot guarantee it. Copper, sandstone, it's all stuff we've seen before. All stuff we've seen before. It might be that stuff or that shell stuff is it's almost certainly going to give us some amount of bauxite from it, but the question is whether it's the only source of bauxite. Because otherwise we'll have to get another 600 money to do the explosive quest. Let's head towards the blue marker. That's the only one not currently listed down there. And then we'll try a different planet. It may in fact be that we need to get explosives to crack open those shells. No worries, thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. Stone. It might not be the blue side, it might be the yellow side. Sandstone mounds. Let's try the yellow side. That also isn't listed as having the other materials. I don't think it was. Yeah, no. Red, green, and purple. We could just make the money and do the explosives. We have been given. Let me take that off the list so we can see the entire thing. Yeah, so the stainless plates need aluminium, as does the construction tool. So we do need to find it. But yeah, if we need the money, we may just want to we may just want to craft some resources, or mine some resources, craft some things so that we can get explosives. One of those. Sandstone, sandstone. Looks like another one of those. Whatever is the other thing that we can find here, it's pretty rare by the looks of it. It's just going to be sulfur. I also think I'm slightly too far away from that point of interest now anyway. Don't know then. Whatever we're looking for doesn't appear to be here. Whatever's missing from our exploration doesn't appear to be here. Okay, let's try the other planet. Since we're in this system anyway. We'll go a bit further, and if we can't find it in another system, we'll assume that we need to actually get explosives to get access to bauxite. Be another ocean world. Nope, doesn't look like it. At least not in this area. Copper. You are new. Although you're looking more quartz and mineralist. White feldspar mound. Tell me more. Is iron that colour? No. What do you give? Aluminium! Excellent. the other thing they give? Beautiful gemstone. Silicates. Silicates is the other thing that's in this. Okay. We don't need that much aluminium. I don't know what the conversion rate is. Do we have aluminium ingots listed in here? That's the inventory. How about here? Scroll up. Sorry, I know. So, not much I can do about it. It is 2 aluminium ore per 1 ingot. The stainless plate requires 2 of them. Let's get ourselves up to 200 cargo hold. Okay, that'll get us 11 aluminium ingots. Of the things we need to make, we shouldn't need that many. Let's have a look at these, since we do actually get the recipe for these in here. So we've been given one of these for free. If we want a second one of these to capitalize on a double iron node and a double copper node, then we need 8 more aluminium. We buy that. Smelter, extractor, that doesn't require aluminium. That's 1 piece of aluminium. Let's get 22, 11. Let's get 30 aluminium ore so that we have 15 ingots. Two more. One more. God damn you. Now we have a spare. There we go. 16. What else is on this planet? There's one more kind of material we've not found here yet. We have... We're going to need more copper and we're going to need more iron. We don't have a use for pyrite yet, so maybe we should just sell it. Get us 100. So I kind of would like the encyclopedia to tell us what things are used for. This object can be analyzed in the laboratory. So that's what it's used for. The laboratory wasn't in this sector though. So we'll just have to carry it around for now. There goes a player. Okay. Fill up until we have 300 units, and then we'll get the remainder 100 for iron, and then we'll head back, and then we should have everything we need. I wonder if there's anywhere We didn't scan any planets on the way here. I'm wondering whether or not there's iron and copper nodes in this sector. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's find... That would be a little silly, but I kind of like the idea. We're not going to build our base here. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the arse. But since we have Explorer rank 2, I'm going to double back over to here. And we'll see if we can find a double iron and a double copper node somewhere in here. And we'll claim them. And if we can find an aluminium node as well, more the better. That does mean that we would need to make a third... well, make a second base kit. I don't think we're going to need to go back to that lady who gave us this free base kit. I don't think there's going to be any iron in this planet, but the planet between us and the station. Had iron on it. What we got here? Bits of copper. What are you, shiny crystalline thingy? I cannot scan this thing. It is beyond my comprehension. Looks diamond-esque. Double check that other planet did indeed have. It doesn't, actually. It has something that can give iron, but it itself does not have iron. Okay. Is there any reason for me to stay here, or... I'm going to loop over to here to get to the laboratory, if for no other reason than that we can throw the pyrite into it. And then we'll come to here and jump over to here. And we'll start making that our home. Okay, VV77. That's there, so this will be this way a bit. There you are. And then from here, we came this way, so it's going to be this way. There you are. mean, if I can find a system that has JA left a bit. It's not hiding behind the planet, is it? Now we've turned ourselves all the way around. ZC is there. That's that one. It's behind the planet. There it is. So if I had to guess, each individual sector must count as a different... I'm thinking of this from a programming's perspective. The fact that we have to go in through a load sequence makes me think we're disconnecting from one... I'm going to refer to it as a shard. But disconnecting from one thread or one... what would be the best way to refer to it? Instance. And connecting to another, which makes me think that there's like a single instance that's managing all of this and anybody that's in it. Okay, to there. Which is why we're getting the strange extra loading screen. Not at the minute, Co. They are planning to implement controller support, and I suspect once they implement controller support, then at the very least it will be easier to hack in HOTAS support, but it doesn't currently have it. It is something they want to do, though. This way. There you are. Keyboard and mouse only at the minute. There's no easy way to rebind your pitch and your yaw. And there's no key for roll either. Should be station here. Good. It might theoretically be possible. I've never actually played around with Steam's controller configuration outside of my Steam Deck. But if you could use it to, or if you could use the controller configuration in Steam to rebind... Oh dear. That's the first time we've disconnected. I'm going to quit out just in case they updated the game. Because they did release an update earlier, and there's no guarantee that they haven't also released another one recently. Yeah, it's not saying there's an update ready, so... What was I saying? Yeah, it might be possible to use Steam's controller configurator to get your joystick to pretend to be a mouse input, but I'm not sure how far that system is actually capable of being pushed. But it's a possibility. It might be doable. But they are planning to add control support eventually. And with that, there'll be some easier way of getting joysticks to work. One would hope they implement joystick support as well at the same time, but we'll see. It is on their roadmap, is the best answer I can give you. Who'll be here to see? Laboratory clerk. Savanclus? Something like. They am not the best with names. My apologies if I ever say any of yours wrong. That's an entirely different kind of base. Where's your letterbox? There's your letterbox. Oh, it's the same kind of base as the starting base. Do you auto dock if I fly straight in? Yes, okay, so we don't even need to press the button. Okay. You are not who we're looking for.
I see you are affiliated with the company. Until you reach a certain rank, they will not allow you to join or fund a corpo. You should settle that with them before coming back to us.
Okay, so that's for the guild system, effectively. Which we may interact with, depending on whether or not single-player guilds are a thing.
Residential quarters. Contact your supervisor.
Okay, you are not who we are looking for, although... Given you have an exclamation point over you, I assume it's just because you're out of range.
You have entered the laboratory. Like the rest of the station, this facility is operated by the company. That means you affiliates can also use it. Just please be careful not to bother the permanent staff. We've made the lab pretty easy to use. There's a little protocol you can follow that should be simple enough to handle.
Okay.
Please feel free to use our equipment. Science should be open to everyone, even affiliate workers.
Okay. This thingy? This thingy. Okay, yeah, so we just take our samples from here and jam it into there. What does the quest specifically require us to do? Use the laboratory equipment to analyze one of the available materials. For example, silicate is a good case study. How about we use pyrite instead? 2 minutes. I'm guessing we're going to have to keep coming back to this. Because we can't queue it up, but at least we can set it, run in, and leave it. Use the laboratory equipment to analyze one of the available materials. Well, we'll leave that running while we continue on our exploratory trip. Okay, refuel.
Undock authorized. Safe travel, pilot.
Okay, so we need to find... Okay, getting a path down is easy. In theory, it's going to be about here. But we need to find this station in this sector, otherwise we're not going to be able to have any fuel or ability to produce anything. UK 24. Which way are we looking? It's over there. I'm hoping now that we've unlocked the laboratory, we can find it in every station, but this may be optimistic thinking on my part. Should be more or less directly in front of us, which means either above us or below us down there. Okay. Let's go into the back side of this. So Turn left slightly, looking for PA. PF, PA. Mostly just because there seems to be a discovery range around.
Right now, you're in the middle of nowhere. You'll find no space station in this sector and none of the company's services. It's just you and the infinite void.
Oh, so there is no station here. In that case, we need to come back when we're a little bit more prepared. Was that really 2.5 minutes? That did not feel like 2.5 minutes.
That means you'll have to survive by yourself, which is part of the job. The best way to find interesting stuff is to visit unexplored or deserted sectors like this one.
Okay, so yeah, we definitely want to set up a base here, but how the hell do we get fuel? That's exploration 4 required. With the amount of fuel we took to get here, we're going to need all of this fuel to get back. So if we want to explore this area then without having to respawn, then we're going to need to set up some kind of refinery or fueling station here, which is potentially a lot further along this line. Chemical factory cistern, simple hose pump, or liquid tank. Liquid extractor, bottling plant, stainless bottles, chemical batteries. Aha! Plasma containment. Mag plasma system. Small mag plasma tank, so we can increase. If we can get to Explorer rank 3, then we gain the ability to increase our tanks at the very least. And store it. And make it. Ingredients, mag plasma bottle. So that gets it back out. So we can definitely make a refueling station. So the way this seems to work is that you'd fill this or fill up the containment bottles, make a mag plasma containment bottles, and then you would unbottle them here, put them into a tank, so that you can sell them to other ships. As I assume that's how that's supposed to work. I'm guessing though. Before we leave, let's scan some of these planets. Just briefly, because I want to see whether or not we have any kind of nodes to build on. Okay, there are two kinds of nodes. Either two kinds of nodes or two nodes in range. Two kinds of nodes. If we're willing to take damage, we could get more columns. Well, we could get further in. We just use less fuel and take damage as a result. What was the... There's 5 other kinds of resources, although that's interesting. 4 of them are on the dark side of the planet, which is not a place we can easily explore at the minute. We don't have the battery capacity to pull that off. Let's see if we can find... There we go. There's copper. That's a coal deposit. I mean, that might actually be worth claiming. Structural beams. Which is part of this. Steel ingot. This is literally a steel mine, hidden directly underneath my feet. But I don't know if I can do anything with it. A minute. Okay. Why is my heat going up? Did I fly too close to the sun or something? I did. I did. I forgot to throttle down. Okay, let's head back. Let's put a pin in that. We're going to get everything that Starbase 101 requires us to get. We're going to build our first base there. So that we can get access, or basically have a steel production facility. Okay. There you are. Oh, we do need to get a little bit more iron though, don't we? Maybe, maybe not. We may have enough, we'll see. This way, up or down a bit. Where are you? There you are. Okay, you're right there, but this planet's right here. Let's see if we can't find a little bit of iron. I'll accept any kind. Iron was the thing we needed, right? Yeah, we have some spare copper. It's copper. It doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't iron here. What are you? Not something I can scan. You look more carbony, but we can't scan you either. This is apparently a very cold place. Copper. Get more stuff that we can identify. Let's have a look at the list. I'm going going to assume we can't get it here. I'll just head to the station. I don't know if that, or if the number of different kinds of resources we saw would have been sufficient to cover all of the ones we hadn't found yet. But I said we do have a little bit of iron, and I think the alloy we need to make is made from copper and aluminium. Stainless plate is copper and aluminium. Okay. And we have 6 spare iron ingots. We need 1 motor and 1 pair of magnetic coils. We may run out of iron, but we'll see. If we have to go and explore a little more, we have to go and explore a little more. It's just aluminium and wire and some silicon gel.
Beginning docking approach.
Okay, let's run by the researcher first.
Stay on the ground. Ensure you protect your meters by leaning behind it for lengthy destruction.
Okay, analyze results. Analyze to unlock science and sulfur. I didn't realize it was specifically telling me that. Download the results data. Yes, why would I not? Okay, 10 pyrites will get us crystal matrix. Huh. What that's all about? Let's scan this, because this gets us access to silicon ingots. It's only going to take 1.5 minutes. Studying new resources in the laboratory to increase your science experience. So that's fine. That can go while we nip down to the... Yeah. That's the mining bureau. That is not the shipyard. Okay. Ah, we can convert the pyrite directly into sulfur. Which is a little strange. So that's how we unlock more recipes, the laboratory. We have 40 minutes left in our usual stream time. So I don't think we're going to get to the point where we can drop down a second base. But we'll drop down a first base and we'll have a look at the systems involved in building the base. But we'll probably wait until tomorrow to actually start working it. I'm hoping that dropping the, or placing the core, whatever it was called, claims the area. So that we can go back to that planet, claim the area that had the iron and the carbon, and just say mine. So we can build on it next week. Next week, tomorrow. Yeah, I'm now wondering whether or not we can get that, or whether or not we need to buy that fuel, or whether the fuel is something that we can craft, get, words. Mine is the word. I have clearly been talking too long today. My brain is going. Okay, so that's not what we want. We want construction tool. We already have the ingots. We need 1 gel. Construction tool. Okay, then we need 1 stainless plate, 1 motor, 2 magnetic coils, 4 wires. So one of these. This is the bit that may make us run out of our iron. We need 1 metal sheet. Just turn the rest of those into coils. I don't currently have a use for it. Actually, no, that's not true. I only turn what I need into coils. Because the stainless plate uses them. Although we get 2 for each craft, so we actually have a spare one now. Okay. Oh, we already had a spare metal plate. Oh no, we crafted them in 2. Okay, that's good. 5 silica gel. Silicone gel. Not the same thing. 1 motor. I reckon it's getting me to build these to build an extractor. Is the plan. Let me check. See if I'm guessing right. So 1 motor wants us to bring some concrete as well. Okay, no, it's wanting me to build 1 of everything. In which case, we're only going to need 1 smelter at the minute because we can't make steel. Steel is made in a smelter. We can extract the carbon. If we have enough resources for a second motor, I'm going to make a second motor. So we have the spare metal sheet, it's just the coils. We also need to bring 4 wire and 2 spare coils with us. So let's just convert the rest of the wires. Okay. 3 iron ingots. We are out of iron ingots. Don't suppose... No. They do not sell iron ingots. Well, we're going to get iron ingots over there, but we're going to have to come back to process them. We can smelt them, but we're not going to be able to do anything beyond that. We do, however, need to make at least one set of magnetic coils for the quest. And do I still have enough? Yes. Okay, use F to open the character screen, and then use construction equipment. Build a command base center near an iron deposit to claim it. You can visit the mining bureau of any sector to locate an available deposit, but we already know where some deposits are. Oh, hang on, before we leave. Okay. All available knowledge has been extracted. Okay. That allows us to make copper ingots from this stone. This will allow us to make silicone ingots from aquamarine. Graphite crystal allows us to make carbonic superfuel for power generators. So a carbon generator generates power by burning heat and solid, so this is over here. Quartz goes to silicon. Hematite is iron. Which one of these will take the longest to process? Level 2.5 minutes. That one takes 30 minutes. We have lots of spare aquamarine and nothing to do with it, so let's run that while we go build a base. Actually, I'm going to check something. Let me just go to the shipyard first. While it's all very well it's saying build a base command center, I'm not entirely confident that the base command center isn't something that needs to be equipped with the ship first. It's not. There's nothing in my inventory. Okay, that's good. That works for me. Let me put that back where it's supposed to be. So I assume if that's the case, we access it from here. This autonomous device can deploy a planetary base in a matter of seconds. Use it to reserve and authorize. It does not answer our question. Refuel. Continue. Take off.
Departure initiated. Station out.
Okay, we are heading to Icona over there. Let's see if we can find that node again. I want to say it's that one. Yep. Athena. This one I can't remember. Slightly left, and it's either well below us or well above us. That one? Or have we turned around? I think that's right. The amount that costs. Okay. This was the planet. While I'm here... There are 2 planets in this system. I vaguely remember coming down somewhere in this area. I don't know how like permanent node locations are. Whether they're procedurally generated and they disappear and reappear until someone locks down a base. I feel like it was this way-ish. This looks right. The human brain is a wonderful thing. It's actually really good at memorizing paths and locations. So, how do we do this? If I don't want to drop it because I don't know if that'll do anything. So... Oh, there it says, deploy planetary base to claim prospect. Press control over a flat surface to descend until you land close to the deposit. So you just land, okay. Okay. And then is it E to come out? There we go. Where are the deposits? We really can't jump very high. I'm too used to Elite Dangerous. I expect to be able to bounce miles up in the air. I want to say the deposits were here. It's weird that they're not marked anymore. If I go like this and then this. There's one deposit. There's the other deposit. Okay. How do we rotate? Deploy your base with 1. And I want to press E to place it. Oh, we can't rotate it. It's a fixed direction thing. Okay. Fair enough. In that case, we will place it here on the solider ground. And hope...
Congratulations on deploying your first B control base.
Oh! Oh my, that is very, very handy. It comes with its own terminal for selling and its own fabricator and its own smeltery. That I assume I can use?
This space will provide you with some private storage and limited power input, but this is just the beginning. In order to automate resource extraction, you'll need to deploy an extractor and a smelter.
Okay, she's done talking. Can we... Yes. Now we just have fuel problems to worry about. We can't get or explore too far away from here. And this is... That's our storage terminal. Status not connected. Base footprint. Decorations, energy consumption. Technological experience. Computer. Space-based management terminal is ready. Bus travel. Rename base. Technological experience. Base generates technological experience by crafting items and automated smeltering factories. You can gain experience every time you deploy a new base for the first time. There's no technological experience available to claim. It's a shame this doesn't have a laboratory on it. Bus travel. Oh, that makes things so much easier. With the base here, we can just... How do we bus travel back to here? Can we refuel and then bus travel back here? Or so long as we make it to here, can we then bus travel back to refuel? Which will give us... We're still going to not have a full tank of fuel, but as long as we make sure we can get back to this base, then that will help us expand out further. Okay, it wants us to build an extractor. I think this is the iron node. Extractor, smelter. It would be good. Okay, it does tell me iron deposit there, coal deposit there. It is in range. Smelter. Let's put that between the two deposits. There's a good place for it. Deploy an extractor, deploy a smelter, connect the extractor, the base with a pylon. Can I? Could I not chain to... Control shift, adjust... Oh, we can rotate it. It's there. It's shift middle mouse button. That's fine. We're not too worried about rotation. And then it looks like pylon connections is done in a similar way to... Satisfactory. Yeah, we don't need two pylons. Use the smeltery. Processing. This is a good question. Are we getting ores or nuggets? We're getting ores. So, select iron ore, input, add route. We don't have drones yet. Okay. Quest says, select a craftsman recipe on the smelter, take some output from the extractor and add it to the smeltery. So do it manually. This currently has one unit, produces one per minute. One assumes it runs while offline. We need a second one to be able to process it though. Drones, which is the next technology that we could get, but we're not going to have the time today. Now, if we add all...
Now you're off to a very promising start. Although automated smelting can be slow, it is continuous and does not require your presence. It will work for you while you are away to effortlessly provide a steady flow of ingots.
Okay.
By expanding this procedure to the whole production chain, you will move beyond the hassle of strictly manual labor. Extractors will gather ore for you. Smelters will refine them. Factories will turn the resulting ingots into complex objects. Before you know it, there will be nothing standing between you and financial success.
Okay. So, we have additional things that have been added. Increased technology level, command-based terminal, which we won't be able to do yet, but we've now made a start. Automate your base with drones. Increase your science to level 2, which we're working on. Oh. Sorry, I was on the wrong screen. I pressed C because I thought that P apparently isn't profile, so I thought C might be character profile, and no, it's not. It's emotes. What is the button there? It's F. Oh, we're actually fairly close to getting technology level 1. We already have science level 1. Oh! We actually now have access to more research. This is the laboratory page. So while silica only has one thing, there's 4 things we can do with pyrite, and there's multiple things we can do with all of these. Use storage. We could now just jam in all the materials we don't need into here. We have 500 storage here, which will allow us to go out and get ore, come back here and process it. And in theory, how much power are we using here?
Crafting or smelting will produce technology XP within each space base. You can collect this XP to increase your technology level.
Which we haven't got any yet. Energy consumption. Okay. Does it tell me in here how much energy it consumes? FP, factory points, I assume, or something similar. FP is footprint, so that's deciding the size of any individual base. It doesn't tell me in here how much power that consumes, though. I'm wondering whether or not I could make a second one of these. Because at the minute it's manual, which is fine. We can always just change the recipe. We have our first ingot. Energy consumption is 5 megaamps. So that would mean that you're 25. You're 20. Okay. So we could reasonably add a mine to that, and assuming that this is also used for them making steel, we can still turn this into a steel plant. That would be an option. There's one kind of resource that we haven't found on here, but this planet only has copper and coal and iron on it. We actually have enough money to buy a second core. Let's have a quick look at the other planet. Because if there's a copper node over there, or a couple of copper nodes, or a copper and an iron node, whatever. If there's copper over there, then for the sake of making sure we grab it before somebody else does, I might go grab a mine from over there. Well, set up a mine over there. Drop a base. Drop a base. You might drop a base over there. And we'll worry about actually setting up the mine and configuring all of that lot tomorrow. Working on the assumption it has copper. There it is. Okay. Oh, that also gives us a better thruster. Pathfinder cockpits. There's the Cosmic Navigator. Scanalizer Beta. So that's the thing that we need for scanning the more advanced stuff. So we do need to build one of those, but we're going to need these. We get that from here, so we can make these now. But we do need C Matrix, so we're going to require, yeah. We're going to have to find some more pilots. Task for maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, we'll see. The next one of these is going to get us another kind of ingot, graphene, small reactor. I think that's for the ship. Okay. There are one type of node here, and then... or there is one type of node here, and then 2 resources on the dark side of the planet. These look copper-like, but I'm fairly sure we can't scan them. Oh no, we can scan these. Oh, bauxite rock. Aluminium. So we have a source of aluminium nearby. Okay. Deposits. I'll head towards this, although I don't think we're going to be able to do or find anything there, since the other resources on the dark side of the planet. Beg your pardon? What are you? Whatever you are, there's a lot of you. I pick up my other base. How do I deconstruct a base? There's like premium... Well, I don't know how big a deposit can be, but there's 4 dense deposits here. It's not copper. We wanted copper. I mean, probability that we can find this again. It's near the North Pole. I like my little steel mine, but can... I don't know if we can undeploy a base. If we have to bring carbon in, then we have to bring carbon in, but... this is too good to pass up. Get ready. We need a bunch more iron than we have for another base deploy kit. We need 20 iron. We didn't find any iron on this planet. Oh no, we did. There's ferrite outcrops. And we don't even have to leave the sector. Ah, we do. We're going to have to go or leave the sector to be able to grab, what's it called? A base kit, the core. Would need to leave to get the core. I can't leave this. Not given the fact that I've streamed it. And chat's been active enough that I know that there are people watching. If I leave it 24 hours, that will be gone. copper, but it'll... that's a good point. We don't have copper here. We never found the other thing over there. Okay, let's see if we can pick up the base, the old base. Because if we can, we'll just do that. Otherwise, we'll need to head back to Delphine. We'll bring some... oh, we'll... this is processing iron here anyway. So... I don't know whether or not we'll get enough. But by the time we come back, we will probably have enough iron here. Stay in orbit. Quick. Now head down. So yeah, it doesn't look like we have any copper here, but we can always check another system tomorrow. One of the nearby systems. I mean, it's possible one of the resources that we've not found. Okay, so we've got even the resource we've not found here is iron. There's no copper in this system. Base tool. Select building. This allows us to build it, not to disassemble it. Abandoned base. That's not the same thing. There's one technology experience to claim. They can store up to 100. 400 technology experience. That's how that works. Okay. So we're just going to have to build another claiming thing. That can work our way away. So let's head back to the other base. We have the money to buy the thing. We can build it here. And we know there's copper nearby there. And copper is the only thing that we're missing in this particular list. Well, copper and iron, but iron is being worked on while we're not there. Say you. Yep. I think we found copper on that planet. We found a kind of copper, which is better than do the job. Assuming that we can actually find it. 6. Get a bit more. I'd like a bit more. Okay, good. Oh. There's a copper outcrop. Damn you. I wanted to try and use the laser. To keep it or to ease it back up again. I need to go into orbit. And to ship back up. And then head back down. And the laser will keep us warm enough while we collect what's in that, those collection nodes. Where'd they go? I thought I went straight up. Guess that means that it does kind of regenerate anytime you come down. I suppose it's good and bad. It's bad in this instance because we had some copper that we couldn't mine because of the heating. That's not useful. Why was that? We're gonna freeze if we don't. We probably have enough copper, I just want a little bit more. Just in case. This was the thing we were trying to gather earlier. There we go. And the laser will keep us warm. Okay, that'll do. I'm going to be very annoyed if I get back there and someone's already claimed it. Doubly so if they then turn up in chat and say, thank you for finding that for me. Okay, remember to refuel. We don't need to do any kind of material processing while we're over there, but we may as well go to the laboratory and get something else researching. I don't actually know what a good node good collection of nodes is, but up until now I've never seen more than 2, so 4 seems like a very good amount. The problem with that though is going to be that the smeltery takes 3 minutes to make 1 ingot from 2. Each drill mines 1 ore in 4 seconds, or in 1 minute. Okay. Right. Doesn't matter which one we queue up, just queue one of them up. So really, once things are automated, we need 2 smelteries. We need to go to the shipyard first because we don't have access to. We are going to need to sell something. We're only just got enough to make to buy a core, and we need to refuel. Let's sell. What to sell? What to sell? Beautiful gemstone luxury items. Gemstone have a different composition, common traits. I'm going to sell the beautiful gemstone. That will give us enough to get the fuel. Although now the question becomes whether or not we have enough money for processing the materials, but maybe we don't need to process the materials, or maybe processing the materials doesn't cost us money if we're doing it on our base. Okay. Don't have the funds to repair. Refuel. Continue. Take off.
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
Okay. To here. To there. To here. Okay. There's no one in this system heading towards the location. We have time. Okay. You should have finished. Ah, no, it's 3 per. It's 3 per. Down the iron ore. Take the spare ingots. I'll let you keep working, but we'll start doing some manually. Does this cost us? It does not cost us anything. Have we gathered enough iron? We may have to nip out and grab a bit more iron looking at it. We'll see. Because I think we needed 20 plates. We have 11 iron at the minute. I think we have enough of everything else. It's just that. It's more than enough copper. Unless I miscounted something. It's everything there. No craft tax. Right, so base deploy kit needs one more set of wires, 2 more of these, we do have enough. Metal sheets are crafted in sets of 2. 5 lots of these. In fact, no, 10 lots of these. Math. Math is supposed to be my strong suit. It's words that are my problem. 1 base deploy kit. Question. How do I pick this up? Can I pick this up? Take all, turn off. I don't think I can deconstruct this in any way, shape, or form. Oh well, it doesn't make that much of a difference. I know where it was on the visual map. I reckon somewhere about there. Here-ish. So yeah, we may be able to see it from here. Okay. This direction, when that reads 70 something, then it shouldn't be too far off. I wonder if there's any kind of, or what kind of limit there is to the number of bases you can deploy. We can't deploy another one. You've reached the maximum number of bases you can deploy. Increase the limit or disassemble an existing base. Okay. There is a limit. So we do need to go back and disassemble that. Although, the button says abandon, not disassemble. It's not that big of a deal one way or another because we now have the second kit. So we can claim that even if we lose the resources for the old base. Still, it's something that we should find out. We can't see a way to disassemble anything in the base, so we may as well see what happens if we abandon the base. If we get anything back at all. I assume increasing my rank with the company is probably the way we increase the number of bases we're allowed to build. Okay. We should have enough spare inventory space to pick all of this stuff back up again. Okay. Turn you off, take all of this. Can I get the... We can take the iron back out as well. That. Turn you off. Claim technology points. Abandon the base. Confirm that you want to abandon this base. This cannot be cancelled. How do we disassemble? It says disassemble a base. Ship editor, skill bar, undo, duplicate. Action is E. Ah. Okay. Maybe we can mine it back up again with the ship? Or maybe it's just going to decay? This doesn't look abandoned from here. Oh well. Hopefully that counts. Further away from this because I don't feel like we're moving particularly quickly at the moment. Okay. No, it's not zero, and we've been telling people off for making that comparison because it's a terrible comparison. This is not No Man's Skies or anything like No Man's Skies. It is significantly more a survival crafter and factory game than it is any kind of exploration game. Sure, there's exploration in it. That is not the point. Okay. There we go. Although I've lost track of where the nodes are. Okay, they're around here. There's one. There's two. There's three. They're further or spread further apart than I thought they were. Okay, so one over there, 2, 3, 4. So here. Oh, we can only rotate it that way round. That's annoying, but fine. We place this between these two nodes. There we go. And hopefully that puts all 4 of these nodes within our claim area. I can't see the other 2. There's one somewhere over there. Okay. We'll leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again tomorrow from 2 PM BST onwards. So that's 6 hours prior to now. And we will build out this base and then see... Well, keep seeing what this game has to offer. So the next thing that we'll be looking at doing is actually automating the factory. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. Thanks again, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.